2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis II.
Humanity's next great voyage begins.
We surpassed the furthest distance since humans have ever traveled from planet Earth.
We will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
We were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said, splashdown. We have to get back.
Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier.
I'm Mike Ajachi in New York. You're watching ABC News Live. Artemis II, mission to the moon, coming home. Well, welcome to our friends joining us again from National Geographic. We're just moments away from the astronauts re-entering Earth's atmosphere on their carefully timed return voyage. Americans, Mission Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook, as well as Canadian astronaut Jeremy Hansen, coming back as heroes after making history. Glover, the first black person to travel to the moon, and Cook, the first woman. The crew making the farthest human journey ever into deep space, and the first team to fly around the far side of the moon since Apollo 17 more than a half-century ago. Now, the astronauts preparing to speed back into the atmosphere at about 24,000 miles per hour. The heat shield on the Orion spacecraft withstanding temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees during a planned communications blackout with Mission Control, all before parachutes deploy from the craft, the crew splashing down off the coast of San Diego, and helicopters moving in to airlift them from Orion to a ship nearby. ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez is here to kick us off. Gio, we're about an hour away from splashdown.
Oh my, can you believe it?
Oh my gosh, this is just an amazing time right now, isn't it?
I mean, it has taken so much. I'm thinking about all of the people that it took to get to this point, and it has been quite a 10-day journey. This ship has been operating incredibly well and really responding to everything.
Absolutely. Now, we've been talking about that final correction burn that sets up reentry. We already know that happened.
That happened.
What are the crucial moments between now and splashdown?
So the next big one happens in exactly 31 minutes. We're looking at 7:33 p.m. Eastern time, and that is when the service module will be ditched. So you have this little module that's been traveling with the crew the entire time with that capsule. That service module has the propulsion, it's had the life support, the power, all of those things. They're going to ditch that because then the ship has to reveal the heat shield.
Right.
And that's when it begins that re-entry. 7:53 p.m. is when that entry protocol is going to kick off. And that's what we're really going to watch, because that really is the most dangerous time in this entire mission. We're going to have 6 minutes. You said there was a planned blackout, a communications blackout between space and Mission Control. Right. And so that blackout for 6 minutes, we won't know what's going on, but what they'll be seeing is plasma surrounding the capsule at that time. It's a super hot plasma, 5,000 degrees, and that's why it's so dangerous. On the other side of that, it's going to look good.
Oh, yeah. Now, the other side of that is splashdown. So what happens once they splash down?
So right before the splashdown, you have two sets of parachutes. You have a first set that's going to slow it down, because remember, they're coming in hot, and they're coming in fast, 24,000 miles per hour. They've got to slow down. They've got to slow down significantly. So that first set of parachutes is going to slow them down quite a bit. And then a second set of parachutes right before the splashdown, that's going to slow them down to 20 miles per hour. They're going to hit that water at 20 miles per hour. It sounds fast, but it's going to probably feel very, very, gentle for them. And once they're there on the water, they're going to actually be airlifted. They're going to be a helicopter is going to come over. It's going to airlift each one, and it's going to take them over to the USS Merthyr, which is a ship that's waiting there. We were told that they are preparing that ship with everything they need and everything they want to eat. Apparently, the astronauts requested Uncrustables.
Uncrustables. Okay, I would have said a steak, but Uncrustables work.
That's what they want. Peanut butter jelly.
Yeah, Gio, thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to ABC News' Will Reeve on Coronado Island in the San Diego Bay. Will, what else can you tell us about the mission to recover the astronauts once they splash down?
Ike, here in San Diego, very close to Naval Base San Diego, maybe you can hear those fighter jets crossing overhead. There's lots of activity here. We got planes everywhere, and then somewhere out behind me is the John P. Merthyr. That is the ship that is coordinating all of these recovery operations once the Artemis and everybody, the astronauts on it, splash down, hopefully safely at 8:07 p.m. Then everything else kicks into gear. There's ships and small boats and divers all in the area. As soon as they splash down, they'll approach at a safe distance, and then the protocol goes from there. The divers will approach Orion, then they will open the hatch and begin to extract the crew. The crew will be transferred to the front porch. It's this raft that they've specially created for this recovery mission. Then the astronauts will be taken off one by one, extracted by helicopter onto the ship, where they'll get medical evaluation, and then from there eventually come back to shore before finally making one more connecting flight onto Houston. So everything so far going to plan. Lots of activity here in San Diego. Somewhere behind me, they're going to splash down pretty soon.
All right, can't wait to see it, Will. Thanks for that. Now to ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, how are the excitement levels as we get closer to splashdown time?
I mean, it's really building, Ike, to be sure. This is a capacity of about 1,500 inside this museum, and the workers here tell me they are expecting to fill it up completely. I was speaking with a member of their comms team just a little bit ago. I said, do you think this is going to be the busiest day of the year? He said, I think it's already the busiest day of the past 20 years. We have seen all of these families coming in for this watch party, filling in, trying to find any kind of seat that they can. It's already kind of overflowing, and there are several different areas for watching this as it comes down. Now, the area that this is going to come down is not that far this way out into the ocean. They are very close to this, not quite close enough to feel that sonic boom, but you can feel that level of excitement as we are getting closer and closer. And what's really cool about this, Ike, is to see the families, the generations that have all had different experiences with space travel and consuming it over the years. I talked with one man, an 86-year-old grandfather. He watched the first ever space launches going back to when he was a teenager. It inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. He's been fascinated with space travel all those decades later, flew himself for 45 years, and now he's here today to watch this splashdown with his grandchildren. He said as soon as he learned about Artemis coming down, he was thrilled, couldn't wait for today. And we know that there's family after family who are here who cannot wait for this moment, Ike.
You know, Trevor, I want to talk a little bit more about those families. You know, the Artemis II crew right now, they have just about an hour left in space before they come back down into the Earth's atmosphere. What are the families telling you about their feelings anticipating this splashdown?
I think well, they're certainly eager about it, and also what I think is really notable, like, is the confidence and the positivity and their faith in the engineers, all those space engineers that have worked on this, and the astronauts themselves being able to handle this re-entry point. You know, that engineer that I spoke with, the retired engineer, that pilot, said, I was like, are you nervous about the splashdown? And he said, absolutely not. This is the easy part. What I can tell is that there is this building excitement and also faith that this is going to be a moment of celebration. I think in the past now, space travel goes back about 60 years plus. This would come with a lot of nervousness and a lot of fear. Make no mistake, there is still that level of indecisiveness among some people, but this is meant to be families experiencing something that in America has always been landmark moments, and this is one of those that we haven't seen in quite some time. I think that what you're seeing are generations of families here talking about how great this is going to be to get to experience one of these moments together.
The anticipation is palpable. Trevor, thank you for that. Now to ABC News' Leslie Lopez. Leslie, how is the weather looking tonight? Can we expect clear skies for the splashdown?
I mean, this is such a great day. I mean, yes, we're talking about a dramatic re-entry with clear blue skies. I do want to point out, though, there are things that are shifting around. You can tell the wind is blowing. The good news is the wind is, yes, part of the criteria. If the wind gets too high, then they're going to have to come up with another plan. But it looks like we're going to stay below that 28-mile-per-hour threshold. Let me just also point this out. The Artemis II splashdown, you're noticing it's down in San Diego. There is a storm to the north into Northern California, Central California. Now, that thing's going to stay pretty well away from the touchdown, the splashdown area. But wave height, I mean, we still have to consider that. The good news is wave height is expected to be less than 6 feet. Again, winds should be less than 28 miles per hour. It's around 10. Visibility and cloud coverage. Okay, we do have a cloud layer. I mean, that's very famous for San Diego. It's the question of how low is that cloud ceiling. If it's too low, it'll be tough for the recovery effort when it comes to that aerial support that they need. The good news is, while there is a cloud layer, And there will be a moment where we will not be able to see the capsule through that cloud layer. It will break free, and it'll be breaking free for our aircraft to go up and be able to be part of this recovery mission with no problem. In addition to that, again, that rain is staying well to the north, 35 miles away to the north or beyond is what that criteria is. And this is way, way, way to the north. It won't arrive till tomorrow. So again, this is a go mission for Splashdown. Very exciting to be on the West Coast for something so monumental. We'll send it back over your way, Ike.
All right, Leslie, thank you. Joining me now on set is former NASA astronaut and two-time space shuttle pilot Susan Kilrain. Susan, pleasure to have you in person here. Thank you. Now, I wanted to ask, you've ridden the spacecraft home yourself. As Orion lines up for this fiery plunge and splashdown, what are you feeling alongside the crew tonight?
You know, Ike, I'm remembering those exact moments for me, because the first time you re-enter in a spacecraft, you have never been able to train that. You've never been able to train being in what looks like a fireball, that heat, that intense heat. Now, 3 of the 4 have flown before, but they've never re-entered like this. This is a whole new ball game, and no matter what the weather is now, there are no other options. They are going to come down, splash down off the coast of San Diego and get rescued, picked up by the Navy there. So it's coming to an end.
And I want to talk about that, the way that they're coming down. It's that fiery ball that you just talked about. The crew inside, they're going to face G's of up to 3.9 G's. That force is so intense. After being in space for 9, 10 days of weightlessness, what do those G's actually do on the human body?
It's very interesting because for fighter pilots, 3.9 G's is nothing. But it is 3.9 G's through your abdomen, this axis, not through your spine where you're used to it. And it is different when you've been weightless. I know that when I was coming back, I thought, well, we must be at 2 G's by now. And I looked at the G meter and we were 0.2 of a G. That's how off I was. You feel extremely heavy, and they will have compression garments to help squeeze the blood up so that the heart keeps blood up into their heads. And, you know, it's just part of the reentry. 3 of the 4 have trained it, but 1 has not.
And I want to talk about the lighter side of life in space. I know you've spoken about food. Obviously, we have that now famous Nutella jar and all the wake-up songs that we've been enjoying, that they've been listening to. As this crew prepares to hit the water, what small human moments do you think that they'll remember for a lifetime?
Oh, wow. This is such a monumental mission that they're going to remember. The lunar flyby is probably going to be a highlight for them. All that, you know, looking out the window at the moon, but also the camaraderie. This team became a team. I mean, they've trained together. They know each other. They know their families. Their bond is solid for the rest of their lives. They're going to get together and reminisce about these past 10 days.
Right. And I just want to pick your brain a little bit. As this spacecraft re-enters the Earth's atmosphere, we're going to see it engulfed in that fireball, essentially. You are a pilot yourself. What are you going to be watching for when you see the Artemis II spacecraft essentially re-entering Earth's atmosphere?
You know, I don't know how much of it we are going to be able to see, to be honest with you, but we're going to lose communications with them for several minutes. And as back in the Apollo days, we are looking for that connection to comms that they're going to get when they come through that. And that is when we'll know that everything went okay. And then the next big thing is when the parachutes start coming out. And, you know, it's just, then their families can relax. We can all relax. And then they're going to splash down into the ocean. And you know, it's just, I expect there'll be cheers everywhere from people that are watching, especially Mission Control.
Oh, it's going to be a sight to see.
Right?
Susan Kilrain, can't thank you enough for your perspective.
Thank you, Ike.
Thank you. And for more, let's bring in ABC News contributor and astrophysicist Hakeem Oluseyi. Hakeem, I love talking to you about space. Now, for viewers watching, it might look like a simple fall back to Earth, but from a physics standpoint, what's most remarkable about the hypersonic re-entry that we're about to see?
You know, man, if I was falling off of a skyscraper or a cliff, I'd be screaming the entire time. So, they should have been screaming for days falling from the moon, right? That is a high altitude from which to fall, but they haven't been fearful at all. And this next few moments of entering the Earth's atmosphere, and you talked about it, Susan talked about it, being enshrouded in that plasma ball. Man, talk about stories to tell later in life, to tell your grandchildren and, and bonding with your crewmates. I mean, this is an extraordinary journey. Our fiction is full of stories of extraordinary journeys. And these four individuals have shown us what humans are capable of when we work together. And at a time of great stress on many other levels of life, here is a triumph. When they come safely back to Earth and are reunited with their families, it is a massive triumph of human beings working together, and I love it.
Hakeem, we're approaching that 6-minute communications blackout as the capsule plows into the atmosphere. How does that moment underscore both the danger and the beauty of physics at work?
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the fact that they are engulfed in this plasma ball is some beautiful physics, right? The ionization of the air, the friction of entering the atmosphere. This is something that happens every day for meteors, right? There's 2 tons of material that fall to Earth every day from outer space, just not humans inside capsules. So this is a testament for the fact that, humans can do on purpose what nature does by accident. And, what we've learned is that the planets are not completely isolated from each other. Due to large impacts, materials can go from one to the other. That leads to the idea that life can go from one planet to another complete planetary system. But all of that works from accidents. But we humans can envision this and do it on purpose and choose our destiny. We choose to go to the moon. We choose to go to Mars and beyond. We choose a permanent presence in space. And also, what's going to be very important for this is how much of a cadence we can develop for doing it over and over again and making what is extraordinary today routine tomorrow.
Hakeem, we're about 17 minutes away 16 minutes now. I'm keeping a really tight ship on it. From that service module separating from the crewed module, exposing that heat sensor. Now, this crew, they just lived through the harshest radiation environment humans have experienced in more than a half a century. As they come home, what questions are you most eager for the science data to answer?
Well, one thing I'd like to do is see the data, right? They took a lot more data than we have had access to. We got to see some remarkable images of the Earth from space. The image of the far side of the moon in the foreground with the Earth in the background, that one image through the window where you see a part of Earth, but you also see the technology of humanity in the foreground, and seeing how thin our atmosphere is, right? And, when people hear statements like climate change, they think, oh, we couldn't possibly change our atmosphere. We're too small. Well, no, our atmosphere is incredibly small. So, there are so many scientific questions that we have about the geology of the moon, about the effects of space travel on human beings, and about the actual workings of the capsule and the rockets and everything, right? So there's a lot of data that a lot of scientists and engineers are going to be poring over, but I keep thinking that this is just the beginning, man. We're going to do this again. We're going to put boots on the ground, boots on the moon. And, if you're like me and you love Southern soul music, Boots on the Ground has been a theme song for the last year in Southern soul music. Hey, one day they're going to be playing it on the moon.
I heard that. Now, real quick, Hakeem, I want to listen in right now to the NASA feed, essentially ground control speaking to the astronauts. Let's take a listen.
Designed into this mission to gather data to protect the heat shield, since the Artemis II mission and beyond will have a different designed heat shield that will allow that skip entry type of profile to be resumed for all of the future missions coming back from the south pole of the moon when we initiate lunar landings. So we've handed over to the tracking and data relay satellite system. That's where we'll have communications for the rest of the flight. Just to give you some time hacks here, we're 13.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, and just 17 minutes away from the raise burn, that 19-second firing of the thrusters that will basically be the final fine-tuning of the angle of attack for integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere.
All right, Hakeem, we just heard an anchor talking to the astronauts there. Can you give us a reaction based on the information that you were hearing relaying between both parties?
Yeah, it sounds like things are going as planned, and they're just gearing up for the next steps. They're going to enter the atmosphere. They're going to have their blackout. They're going to have that burn to take them back up to a slightly higher altitude. And then they're going to come in and they're going to refine their angle of entry, which is going to determine where they're ultimately going to land. And having the ability to pinpoint a much smaller area for where the craft is going to splash down in comparison to the old days where the Navy had to cover large areas of the ocean because there wasn't a lot of control. That's very important. And also hearing that, you know, like I said earlier, they didn't have time to completely change the heat shield after Artemis I. So what they did is they dropped the skip and kept the heat shield as is. And in the future missions, they're going to be able to resume the skip maneuver, which gives them even greater control over where and options for where the spacecraft ultimately splashes down. So it sounds like NASA is doing NASA things and everything is still on target.
All right, sounds good to hear. Hakeem Oluseyi, thank you for that information.
Thank you.
For more, let's bring in reporter Nick Notario from our Houston station, KTRK, live at Johnson Space Center for the latest from Mission Control. Nick, thanks. Looking good to talk to you again. Now, what's the energy like there in Houston as we anticipate splashdown?
Well, the energy is just about as high as Hakeem's was, I can tell you that much. There's a splashdown party here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and it's with a number of employees out here because think about this, you know, they've been working on this project for about 20 years. We spoke to one of the managers behind the parachute system, which you're about to see here. He's been working on it for almost 15 years. I spoke to him yesterday. I asked him, are you nervous? You know, this is the first time the parachutes that you helped put together are going to be used with human lives on board. He said, nervous? Heck no. We've been testing and practicing this for years, and we're confident that it's all going to work out. And when we talked to flight directors from Mission Control, they also were feeling confident. Although they are feeling good that everything is looking all right, they told us, though, that they will not be celebrating until they see that spacecraft splash down in the Pacific Ocean. But I can certainly tell you, Ike, after talking to people out here at JSC for about 10 days now, they're going to be holding their breath for quite a few minutes until they see those astronauts come out of that spacecraft and look A-OK.
Now, we're less than 2 minutes until that spacecraft essentially tests their thrusters. Now, upon splashdown and undergoing those medical checks, the astronauts, they're going to take a flight home to Houston and Johnson Space Center. What can we anticipate with their arrival, and are there any planned parties?
Well, I can tell you their families are sure excited to see them. What we've been told is that their immediate families, the astronauts' families, are here in Houston. They're going to be watching the splashdown from Mission Control, and they're not going to be going out to California. They're going to be sitting here waiting for them. They're going to arrive at the Ellington Airport, so not one of the two major airports if you've flown to Houston. It's another airport that NASA uses to travel with its astronauts. So they're going to arrive here at some point on Saturday. We don't know exactly when yet that'll happen. And then once they get back to Houston, obviously they're going to spend time with their families, but they're also going to go to see some of the doctors here in Houston. There's a whole hospital here at Johnson Space Center where they work with a number of the doctors, so they'll be looking at them, evaluating them, making sure that they're good as well. And then at some point, sure, they'll have a celebration with all of us. You have media from across the globe that'll be talking to them, seeing how they're doing. But you know, it's not just celebration when they're here, but also there's a lot of work happening in San Diego. We met one of the gentlemen behind the study. He's actually going to put the astronauts through an obstacle course after they land just to test their balance. Because even though they were up in space for 10 days, we've been told that they're still going to be a little disoriented when they get off that spacecraft here in about an hour.
All right, right now we are less than 43 minutes to splashdown. Exciting times, Nick. How has this new chapter with Artemis and its missions transformed the Johnson Space Center?
It really has impacted not only the Johnson Space Center, but the aerospace industry here in the state of Texas, especially here in Southeast Houston. I can tell you that NASA has been pouring billions of dollars here into this region to make this a reality. And if it all goes well here in about 40 minutes or so, those astronauts safely land on Earth, it's full speed ahead. And that is tremendous, not just for the Johnson Space Center, but for all these private aerospace companies here in the region, because NASA has announced that it's going to do Artemis 3 in about a year, Artemis 4 when they plan to put astronauts back in the moon in less than 2 years. So keep in mind that when the Artemis 3 crew was announced, it was just about 3 years ago. I was in the room when they announced those 4 astronauts' names and who would be flying. They had 3 years to prepare for this. Well, the Artemis 3 crew, we don't even know who they are. They're going to have a year. And then the Artemis 4 crew that's actually going to land on the moon, they're going to have less than 2 years, and they haven't even said who that's going to be yet. So there's a lot of work to be done. So even though, yes, they will be celebrating, there will be a splashdown party here at JSC, we also know that they are already getting busy and ready for the future Artemis missions.
All right, Nick, thank you for that. And joining me now is engineer and National Geographic explorer Jess Todd. Jess, thank you for joining me. We're about 27 minutes until the Artemis II re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. And I want to talk to you about a very specific question in terms of this re-entry. Ahead of the mission, 2 former NASA scientists told ABC News they were concerned about the Orion spacecraft's heat shield because the Artemis I heat shield suffered some damage during re-entry. NASA officials and other scientists have pushed back on the concerns, and NASA saying it will stay within the shield's limits for Artemis II. How critical is the heat shield to this team's re-entry?
So the heat shield is the core system that's protecting the astronauts from that very hot re-entry through the atmosphere. It's an ablative heat shield, so it sort of sloughs off as it heats up, sort of taking that heat away from the capsule and keeping the astronauts warm, but not too warm inside. So on the first Artemis mission, they saw some uneven sort of sloughing on the heat shield. They're using a slightly different system to what was used during Apollo. So what they've done with Artemis II is they've actually changed the re-entry profile. Instead of doing what's called a skip trajectory, where they would slightly enter the atmosphere, then move back up out of the atmosphere and then re-enter to shed off some speed, they're going to come in a bit steeper. It means it's going to be a little hotter, but they're going to be exposed to that heat for a much shorter window. And so the NASA engineers are confident that's sitting right within the performance envelope of that heat shield. And then, as previous speakers have said, they're looking to redesign that system for subsequent Artemis missions.
And Jess, we're a little over 25 minutes until the Artemis II enters Earth's atmosphere. What are you most excited to see?
I mean, I think the most exciting thing will be seeing these astronauts climb out of that capsule and knowing that this is just the first step on this Artemis mission. This has been an amazing 10 days to see everything that they've accomplished. They bring back some amazing data. As an engineer, I'm very excited to see all the data that they've gathered on the capsule of the radiation environment, how their human bodies have adapted, and that's just going to build into the next 3 Artemis missions.
How historic is this mission for space exploration?
This is pretty groundbreaking. This is the furthest we've ever gone from Earth that we've sent humans. We've demonstrated that we can do what we did in the 60s and 70s, but with newer technology, do it safer. And this is, again, the first step on this new journey to the moon with, the whole world coming along.
All right, Jess Todd, thank you for your time.
Thanks so much.
I'm Mike Ajachi, New York. Thank you to those watching. We are sitting here about 24 minutes away from the Artemis II mission re-enters Earth's atmosphere. The exciting mission right here live. We were definitely going to take you there until every moment. Obviously, we will show you that exciting re-entry where that Artemis II capsule will be engulfed in plasma. We know that capsule will be traveling at speeds near 24,000 miles per hour. Remember, that heat shield will be exposed. We do know that that separation already happened. The Artemis II spacecraft is expected to experience temperatures close to 5,000 degrees, again, coming in at about 24,000 miles per hour. We do know that with the Earth's atmosphere slowing it down as it enters into there, as well as those parachutes will slow it down to about 20 miles per hour. I'm Micah Joshi in New York. Thank you to those watching on ABC News Live and National Geographic. Stay with us. The Artemis II astronauts, moments away from re-entry on their return to Earth, set to splash down off the coast of San Diego. Special coverage continues now with David Muir, joining from the ABC Broadcast Network. Stay with us.
This is an ABC News special report. Now reporting, David Muir.
Tonight, the breaking news right here, Artemis II returning to Earth, 4 astronauts in the final moments of their historic journey around the moon and back. And now the 13 crucial minutes set to play out just moments from now. ABC News live coverage starts right now.
Good day. ABC Space Headquarters in New York.
10, 9.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing.
4, 3.
Not because they are easy.
1, 0.
But because they are hard.
And liftoff.
Artemis II.
Bound for the moon.
This is a new frontier.
There is nothing normal about this. Sending 4 humans 250,000 miles away is a Herculean effort.
Artemis II, the historic mission to the moon.
The 4 astronauts making history, flying further from Earth than any humans before them.
Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier.
We choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived.
History being made, beginning to see parts of the far side of the moon.
It is absolutely spectacular.
We can actually see the moon and Earth at the same time right now. Just absolutely phenomenal. You guys look great.
And now, 4 astronauts coming home. Reporting from ABC News headquarters in New York, David Muir.
Those 4 heroes almost here. Good evening, everyone. We are coming back on the air tonight because at this very moment, the crew of Artemis II is in the final stages of this historic and truly inspiring journey from the Earth around the moon and back, the first human mission to the moon in more than 50 years. Take a live look at this hour. The crew will be traveling at roughly 24,000 miles per hour when they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. That'll be at about 7:53 Eastern, so just about 20 minutes from now. Now, NASA is planning splashdown at about 8:07 Eastern time, right off the coast of Southern California near San Diego. We'll be listening to communications between Mission Control and the crew throughout the night here. Just moments from now, the 4 astronauts in the Orion capsule will detach from the service module, as it's called, which has provided propulsion and power, and then soon after, inside their own capsule, they will soon re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. Now, this mission, one for the history books already, liftoff, captivating people all over the world, right here in the U.S., of course. That rocket, taller than the Statue of Liberty from the top to the bottom, weighing nearly 6 million pounds when it blasted off from the Kennedy Space Center. This was just 10 days ago. The crew sending back spectacular images during their voyage around the far side of the moon, viewing parts of the lunar surface never before seen by human eyes. The Earth visible in the distance just below the moon's horizon there. The astronauts' emotional group hug, one of the many displays of their close bond and teamwork. And right now, it'll be up to NASA to complete the final hurdle to get them home back to their families. My family right here, our team here in Southern California and right here in the studio with me to witness this final leg of this historic journey with all of you at home watching tonight. And so many of us have said this is something that has been such a wonderful break from everything else we've been watching on the news and taking in these historic images coming in from space. And as you can see there on the clock, 19 minutes to go. That is until re-entry. This is the separation you're looking right now. Let's listen.
Service module separation. And a great view, albeit momentarily.
Houston, good stuff on board.
Houston copies and concurs.
The European service module now separated from integrity, a job well done.
Job well done. We like hearing those words. The separation of the module from the capsule still carrying the astronauts. That capsule now will have to be angled just right for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. And as I mentioned, going at about 24,000 miles per hour, it'll be tested, that heat shield, which we might see in some of these images being beamed back by the capsule and fed to us live by NASA at this hour. This feed will probably be going in and out like we've seen these last couple of moments. It'll face a real test. This is mission control, of course. The real test comes at about 7:53. That's the re-entry into the atmosphere facing blistering heat. Temperatures nearing 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. We're talking about temperatures that we don't talk about unless we're talking about the surface of the sun. That's what that capsule will face. The heat shield will, of course, protect the astronauts. But I loved hearing job well done, the first part of this crucial phase, which they said would happen at about 7:33. And NASA keeps a tight clock going, right? Susan Kilrain with us here, former NASA astronaut, youngest person, one of only 3 women to pilot the space shuttle. Susan, you've been great for this entire 10-day journey, giving us sort of a window into this. You know, I've been listening to so many former astronauts, retired astronauts who have said, you know, the real nerves, the real anxiety is back here on Earth for the rest of us. That the astronauts doing the work up there, they're just trying to get home.
And they're just doing their jobs, and they have trained for it for years, and so they're ready. They're strapped into their seats, they're ready. This is a momentous occasion. It all comes down to the re-entry and those parachutes deploying on time and slowing them down so they can safely land in the water.
So take us inside the capsule, the module, inside Orion right now. The visors come down. They have what are called essentially umbilicals that send in cool air. And they're fully aware of this real test that lies ahead here at 7:53, that intense heat. Take us inside the module. Do they sense any of that other than just simply the knowledge of what they're about to go through?
Oh, they'll be able to see it. They'll be able to see it. It looks similar to if you're flying inside a fireball, and it gets so hot on the outside surfaces that you're seeing, you know, yellows and oranges and reds and even whites, which is, you know, the hottest. It's not really fire, it's more like friction, but the temperature, they'll be able to see it. And you're right, they will stay cool inside their spacesuits, and that will keep them at a reasonable temperature. They're also wearing their compression garments because they're going to start feeling the G-forces.
And how long will they feel that for? You said they can actually feel the shaking of the capsule. They'll see it with their own eyes. How long does it last?
The entire reentry is several minutes, and we will lose comm. We'll lose communications. The ground will not be able to talk to them, and they won't be able to talk to the ground during that time either. So it's the glorious time when you hear that they're back in communications after that re-entry.
Yeah, so don't be alarmed at home when we go into that 6 minutes of silence from the capsule. Let's take a look right now at Mission Control. Let's listen in. They're, of course, in contact with the astronauts. Job well done with the module.
Integrity.
Coming
Good.
apart. Let's
CM
listen.
raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
The raise burn, you can see there the clock in the corner, 15 minutes now until re-entry.
Integrity copies. Looks good on board, Jackie.
It's really
So
incredible.
the final maneuver is now complete. Our trajectory for a splashdown in the Pacific 29 minutes from now is set and will not be amended any further. And we have the right angle of attack to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the vehicle during entry interface.
Integrity Houston, a heads up about comm coverage. When you perform the 180 roll, for the first minute or so in that attitude, we expect about a minute LOS.
So just to let you know what's just happened is that final turn of the capsule to make sure it hits re-entry at precisely the right angle to make sure that they deal with as little of the heat as possible, right? Essentially, they know they're going to hit 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit GO, but when they say that mission accomplished, at least in this part of the journey, that's the crucial moment where they do the final preparation of the angle with which they'll re-enter the Earth's atmosphere.
The angle, and they want to separate the capsule from that service module. They want to give it enough separation so that they're not too close to each other as they both re-enter the atmosphere, because remember, they're both going to be hitting the Earth's atmosphere at that 5,000 degrees. And that is so crucial. That heat shield is so crucial. We've been talking about this being the most dangerous moment of the entire mission, and that's for a reason. But I should tell you, when we tested this back in 2022 with Artemis I, there were some issues with the protective coating, the thermal coating on that heat shield. There was some cracking that they found later on, but the capsule did survive, and that's what was critical. And in this case, in this entire mission, this Orion capsule has performed better than anyone expected.
And NASA has repeatedly said that they are confident. They did a number of tests, significant testing, in fact, after the previous mission to make sure that that heat shield could withstand what we're about to witness here.
Exactly right, because that is exactly what you don't want. You don't want anything chipping away. You don't want anything cracking, because what was happening was that basically that heat was building up under that protective coating, and it was cracking that. So you don't want anything that could endanger this crew.
Susan, what do you make of the heat shield? The fact that we're going into this, we saw some of the tests the last time, NASA saying, and you're a part of NASA, and you know they work hard to make sure everything is absolutely foolproof as they go into these missions, as they are about to face this crucial test.
That's right. They would not have sent these 4 astronauts and this mission if they weren't 100% confident that the heat shield could withstand these temperatures for that amount of time. They changed the trajectory before they shallowed it out so that they didn't get up to 5,000 degrees on Artemis I, but they were under the temperature for a very long time, longer than they're going to do today. So they'll get up to 5,000 degrees, but the length of time they'll experience it will be much shorter.
It's really fascinating, Susan, how you describe. They'll see flashes of red and even the white, which signals the warmest of the fire and the flames. They go into a communications blackout, as you say, because of the plasma and the heat, but that is expected. Don't be alarmed again at home for those 6 minutes or so when we won't hear from the astronauts. We're going to keep an ear very close to what we're hearing from Mission Control, but I wanted to show you at home what we've been talking about. This is one of the most critical components of the Orion capsules, the heat shield, protecting the astronauts during re-entry. Set Orion's course for re-entry to try to ensure that the shield spends as little time as possible in that extreme heat. The heat shield is the only thing standing between the crew and, of course, the danger they face as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So the Artemis II astronauts will re-enter the atmosphere at about 7:53 here. We have 11 minutes to go before we witness this moment. The capsule generating a tremendous amount of heat as the atmosphere slows down their spacecraft up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But as Susan said, that's a split moment. The numbers then begin to decrease almost immediately. But the astronauts are fully aware of the heat that they're facing. Even in the capsule, they'll see it. The heat shield here at the bottom of the crew capsule, you saw it there in the animation as you're looking at right now, but you saw the real thing just moments ago. It protects them from the heat. It spans about 16.5 feet in diameter. It's comprised of about 186 tiles or so fitted onto a titanium and composite frame. It's designed to burn off during re-entry to protect the astronauts, transferring the heat away from the spacecraft. And again, NASA has repeatedly said that they did a number of tests after the first Artemis mission to make sure that this heat shield was up to the task that we will witness here tonight. Let's listen back in Mission Control.
The parachutes will ultimately slow Integrity down from its peak speed of almost 33 times the speed of sound to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown.
They're talking about the significant parachute system that they have in place, a series of parachutes actually that will begin to deploy.
The vehicle is now currently in a roll to the proper attitude for entry interface. Our trajectory is right on according to flight dynamics.
Trajectory right on, which means 10 minutes from now we'll see that crucial re-entry followed by 13 minutes before splashdown. Those 13 minutes will include about 6 minutes when we will not be hearing from the astronauts themselves. That again is expected. That's because of the intense heat, the plasma that basically engulfs the capsule.
Integrity is on a trajectory from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean, descending at a rate of 15,000 feet per second.
It's like co-anchoring with NASA, only you don't know when they're going to talk. So you just want to let them explain, because it's really fascinating. There is the path right there. And just so you know, there are a team of not only NASA employees, the NASA medical team, but also members of the U.S. Navy. The USS John Murtha is stationed near the splashdown zone. Navy divers will immediately race to that capsule. They will inspect it. They will put around the capsule basically an inflatable raft, if you will, that's called sort of the front porch, is what they've nicknamed it. They'll inspect the capsule
Orion
itself.
In the EI roll 180 attitude.
As they prepare for this crucial moment 8 minutes from now. Let's listen.
This view out of one of Integrity's windows. We had a call for 3 good barrows. Those are barometric pressure sensors that feed altitude and rate of descent information to Integrity's computers that will trigger the parachute deployment sequence. We are less than 9 minutes away from entry interface, 22 minutes from splashdown.
You're hearing the NASA reference to the timing here. They're talking about the splashdown, which of course is the moment we will all celebrate, the splashdown in the Pacific. The countdown that we have up in the corner of the screen is just really as a guide for all of you at home to know the steps of this. The next crucial step is about 7 minutes from now. It's coming up very shortly, 7 minutes, 45 seconds or so until this crucial re-entry.
The weather conditions remain
traveling about 24,000 miles an hour. You can see the reflection, if you will, of one of the crew members in the screen there. Susan had told us before they'll be able to see the heat as they pass through it.
A gentle day in the
It's
Pacific.
extraordinary to think that they'll be traveling as fast as 24,000 miles an hour when they hit that moment, 32 times the speed of sound, 45 times faster than a commercial airliner. Will Reeve is standing by live in Southern California, right there on the coast, the splashdown site not far from where Will is. And Will, the big question is, will we hear a sonic boom, which is expected sometime after 8 o'clock Eastern?
That's right, David. Good evening to you here on the beach in Coronado, right around the San Diego area. Just miles out that way is where we are expecting splashdown, and we're told that in about 20 or so minutes we will possibly hear a sonic boom. That is the capsule making its arrival very well heard around here as it plummets to Earth. And I keep thinking about the fact that these astronauts are going in, re-entering Earth's atmosphere head first at 4 Gs. That's like going on a roller coaster from 400,000 feet in the air head first toward the ocean. That is what they will be dealing with, and we will hear the sonic boom, and that will be the announcement of the Orion making its presence known here. And then the rest of the recovery operations hopefully will go underway smoothly.
We're all hoping for that. Will, stay tuned with us for the coverage. We've been listening into Mission Control. They say the configuration for re-entry has been achieved. One more sign that they believe that they are, in fact, for this re-entry, which is now just 5 minutes, just under 6 minutes from now.
No action required.
I want to bring in Leslie Lopez, meteorologist. Many of you watching in the West at this hour are very familiar with Leslie from her work on KABC. She has joined ABC News, the network now, as a meteorologist. And so what a night to join us, Leslie. What a moment of history to witness. And I'm glad you're part of the team and here to witness this with us. And the weather, I'm glad about that too. What are you seeing?
Thank you. Oh, fabulous. David, thank you so much. That was a really wonderful, warm welcome. It's great to be here on the West Coast. It's a beautiful day. You'll notice, though, the wind is going, and that is one of the criteria for re-entry for the recovery. So let's talk about what this is all looking like as far as the weather picture is concerned, and do we have all the criteria that will make this a successful splashdown? Right now, the recovery criteria, you're looking at it, wave height under 6 feet. Yes, we have that. Winds, they are right around 10 miles per hour at the moment. They need to be under 28, so we're good. That's a go. Also looking at visibility and cloud coverage. Now, we do have a cloud layer. If you know anything about San Diego, that coastal eddy, that's that cloud layer that banks up against the coastline. That is going to be there. However, the good news is you're going to see the cloud ceiling. That's from the ocean up to the bottom of that cloud. There's enough room there for that recovery effort from an aerial standpoint to still continue. So that continues to be a go. But there will be a period where we won't see the vessel coming through a layer of clouds, and then it'll reappear, and hopefully that's going to be great, and we're going to get all the aerial support needed. And then of course there's vessels in the ocean getting ready for that. There is a storm I do want to mention that is just to the north into Northern California, Central California. Timing couldn't be better. That doesn't arrive till tomorrow. So again, this is all looking very successful and positive as far as the weather picture is concerned for the splashdown. David.
All right, 3 minutes, 55 seconds left until re-entry. Leslie Lopez, ABC News meteorologist, telling us essentially that the weather is cooperating significantly here. A number of factors around the splash zone, but not the zone itself, which is really encouraging to hear. Mission Control saying just moments ago that it will be, as we were saying earlier, a true 6 minutes of silence from these astronauts when they re-enter the atmosphere in about 3.5 minutes from now. Susan, as those astronauts like to say, they're just doing the work, but are you feeling the nerves right now?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think of how the families are feeling.
Yeah.
The families are probably extremely nervous, and I get that. I mean, I understand that. They are going, I mean, we're looking for 3 things to happen perfectly. The attitude is set. They have to maintain that attitude. The heat shield has to hold, and the parachutes have to do their job. And those families aren't going to be happy until their loved ones are on that Navy ship.
That is completely understandable. In fact, we've kept sort of an arm's length from the families. I know they're very proud of their loved ones, but they want to see them home before they then tell us about what this has been like. And we get that, as you understand firsthand. Let's listen in, because we're just about 2 minutes away. Let's listen to Mission Control.
3 minutes from entry interface. 16.5 minutes till splashdown.
So 2 minutes to re-entry, 16 minutes until splashdown.
The USS John P. Murtha and the recovery team is on station and in position, as are the airborne imagery assets that we hope to receive imagery from as Artemis enters the Earth's atmosphere and through parachute deployment.
And Susan, take us inside NASA right now, because they too have spoken often about the tension, the anxiety, the concern that they feel. You know, they're doing their jobs too, but they feel it back at Mission Control.
Absolutely, they're on the world stage, and I used to sit at the Capcom desk for shuttle launches and re-entries, and yeah. It's a nervous time, but everybody is hyper-focused on their particular job.
No issues with the crew. And the weather at the splashdown site is go.
NASA confirming what we heard from Leslie there in Southern California, that the weather is a go. Something they have watched for days, these weather systems and the patterns. It is a go for splashdown. We're about 1 minute away from re-entry. And again, we've mentioned it here, but for those of you just joining us, this is ABC News live coverage of Artemis II returning from its historic journey around the moon and back.
Coming up on 1 minute until entry interface.
You know, the launch 10 days ago is also high anxiety. But after that moment, getting through this historic journey, the next major test is the one about 30 seconds away now, the re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere, 24,000 miles per hour, facing...
Mark 1 minute until entry interface.
1 minute, they're saying. We can take our countdown down now. We'll listen
until the
into
expected
NASA
start of our 6 minute blackout.
For this critical moment. Let's listen.
Integrity, 1 minute to a 6 minute blackout.
Integrity.
Again, the re-entry at any moment. We will not be hearing from the astronauts on integrity.
10 seconds till entry interface. And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. We're at 400,000 feet, traveling 34,800 feet per second. Time to splash down, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
This is incredible to witness, and Susan, I gather that's some of the heat right there.
Yes, that's the plasma.
The plasma and the heat surrounding this capsule.
And as predicted, we've entered our communications blackout.
Is what leads to the blackout.
This will be a 6-minute blackout period. No voice, no data from the crew.
No voice, no data from the crew, as we're hearing from NASA right now. Dr. Hakeem Oluseyi, an astrophysicist, science educator, has been with us for our coverage these last 10 days. And Hakeem, you've been great throughout. This is one of the most anxious times of the entire journey.
This is the true test of our trajectory.
Absolutely it is. I am sitting on the edge of my seat just like the rest of you, waiting to see these parachutes deploy and a safe splashdown.
Aircraft in the vicinity of the splashdown.
Let's listen back into NASA, and again, they'll let us know in about 5 minutes now if they have regained communication with those 4 astronauts.
As it enters the period of peak heating in the Earth's atmosphere, the first tug of gravity being felt by Integrity's astronauts since their launch back on April 1st.
And of course, we are thinking of the families of pilot Victor Glover, mission pilot, Reed Weissman, the commander.
4.5 minutes until the end of the blackout period.
Christina Cook, 4.5 minutes to go until we hear from them again.
Time
Jeremy
to splash
Hansen.
down, 11 minutes, 33 seconds.
Of course, the Canadian astronaut. Everyone on board making history in their own way. The first Canadian to join them in a mission to the moon. This is the first time in many decades since the Apollo missions that we have sent humans back to the moon, and they made their own history, traveling farther than any astronauts who went before them, going to the far side of the moon and seeing with human eyes parts of the moon that have never been seen before, and sending back messages of hope and those extraordinary images. They have talked during their press conferences
The
about
landing and support officer reports that the P-3 has acquisition on Integrity.
About the importance of coming home. It was Victor Glover himself who said,
3.5 minutes left in this blackout period.
There you see it.
This is a visualization.
Oh, visualization.
Of,
so this is similar to the simulations we showed you earlier, only this one is from NASA. Let's listen.
Repelling of that heat on Integrity's heat shield.
I was saying Victor Glover, the mission pilot, was asked, what is he most looking forward to? And he said, splashdown. And who could argue with that? He also talked about this being like riding a fireball through the atmosphere, this incredible moment. And this visualization from NASA helps to explain this, why there would be a blackout during this period of time. The families of all of these astronauts.
Flight Dynamics reports that airborne assets in the vicinity of the splashdown zone do have a visual on Integrity. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in our blackout period. Time to splashdown, 9 minutes, 35 seconds.
9 minutes until splashdown. Let's keep this visualization, but if we could add, Dave, our director in the control room, Trevor Rull, who is at a watch party at the San Diego Air and Space Museum. And Trevor, I gather the nerves can be felt in that room right now.
Absolutely, David, and what we are seeing is basically every single checkpoint that's being hit is being met with thunderous applause. You can hear a smattering right now. That's been happening continuously, 30 seconds after 30 seconds after 30 seconds after. And what we've been seeing are generations of families experiencing something that many of these people have never experienced before. I talked with one man here, an 86-year-old grandfather. He said he remembers watching the very first space launches. He remembers the Apollo flights. He remembers those first lunar missions. It inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. Now, after 45 years of his own flight, he's retired. He is back here tonight with his grandchildren watching Artemis. And then at the same time, we're hearing from young people. There's two people behind me here, Lena, Olivia. These are students at UC San Diego who told me that they can't believe, when they learned about Artemis, they said, I can't believe it's happening in real life and not in the movies. That's how long it has been. What we've been hearing from family after family is that this is something that feels like a previous America would accomplish. Now, of course, we're in that tight window. Will it land safely? And of course, we know everyone's waiting on bated breath, but they're optimistic, David.
No question about that. A lot of optimism and a lot of prayers across this country tonight as we watch and wait for Artemis II to emerge in communication.
We're standing by for communications from the crew. We should
rejoined.
be out of the blackout period less than a minute from now.
All right, let's listen. Less than a minute here to see if we can regain communications with the 4 astronauts on board: Victor Glover, Reed Weissman, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
We are now processing data from Integrity.
Which is a very good sign, right, Susan, that they are getting data. No communications yet with the astronauts, but they are receiving transmission from Integrity.
Now, this is great news.
Landing and support officer reports the small boats are en route to the splashdown target zone.
The vessels carrying the divers, members of the U.S. Navy standing by to race to that splashdown zone. And Susan, tell us what we're looking at right here.
It's the visual. It's the camera view of the reentry. It's no longer a visualization. And, you know, it looks healthy.
Well, they mentioned 6 minutes. We knew they would be 6 excruciating minutes, particularly.
Passing through 150,000 feet, our trajectory is perfect. We're getting intermittent views of Integrity. Still waiting to establish voice communication.
Integrity, Houston, comm check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
Incredible.
Your trajectory is nominal, and your recovery teams have visual.
So there you have
Guidance
it.
looks good.
Artemis II responding
No action for the enabled internal camera controller fail.
to mission control.
Big cheers from the viewing room here in Mission Control as voice communication reestablished with Commander Reed Wiseman. For America and a waiting world, Integrity is 5.5 minutes away from coming home.
Well, it's not often when you sit here at the anchor desk when you feel chills. This is certainly one of them. History being made tonight. Artemis II, the first
Passing
mission
100,000 feet now.
in many decades taking humans back to the moon. In fact, they went farther than
Range to splashdown 19 nautical miles.
19 nautical miles until splashdown. We were expecting it at about 8:06 or so Eastern time, 8:07 perhaps. So just about 5 minutes from now. They mentioned those divers are already en route. They clearly know where, certainly the
Integrity, impact to the camera controller fail is no Cab 1 views of the chutes.
we were expecting, hoping that we might get a view of some of these parachutes, though we're not entirely sure we
We're
will.
processing good data through the GPS system. A good view of Integrity. Time to splashdown 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes to splashdown. There's an elaborate sequence of parachutes here. The first deployed at around...
And a view of Integrity from the WB-57.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're at 50,000 feet.
At around 22,000 feet, you'll see the first parachutes here. Part of this sequence of chutes. I saw some movement right there. Was that a... There it is. You can see a flash of something. Not entirely sure it's one of the chutes
pyros are
yet.
armed for forward bay cover jettison.
A flicker of something just above
Here, you're going to see the jettison and then the drogue chutes.
And they deploy at about 22,000 feet, right, Susan?
And they're the first ones to come out.
Yeah.
There they are.
There they are.
There they are, right there.
And then
there
there
go the first series of
other ones
parachutes.
right away.
And we're on drogues.
And Houston, we're visual 2 drogues out the window.
Yep. The drogue.
Those parachutes right there will slow the spacecraft to about 200 miles an hour.
Next up.
We copy. We see them.
Next up, the deployment of pilot parachutes that will pull the main chutes out. Time to splash down 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Well, it's just incredible to think 4 human beings inside that capsule, right? Who have just seen the far side of the moon and come back to tell us about it. And what a bond we've witnessed from them. The hug.
Perfect descent rate according to flight dynamics.
Good rates on 2 drogues.
The symbol of the heart in their
We keep
photographs
the same on board.
that they sent back. And they named one of the craters in the moon that they discovered themselves after Reed Weissman's late wife, Carol. She died in 2020 of cancer. They'd been together for decades. And one of his fellow astronauts,
passing through 10,000 feet,
spoke of the moment.
Still on drogues.
Because Reed couldn't say it himself, though he was moved, certainly, that the astronauts decided, let's name it after your late wife, Carol. So many stories they'll share with us. There's the second set right there.
Main chute deploy. We're at 5,000 feet.
The crew
Search and recovery beacon has been activated on Integrity.
The search and recovery beacon activated for those Navy divers who are now racing to the site.
Good 3 main chutes, good reefing, good descent rate.
Good rates, and we see 3 good-looking parachutes.
This is picture perfect.
Integrity. Cabin pressure indicates no need for hydrazine checks.
Integrity copies.
This is a perfect descent for Integrity. Its crew sounding hale and hearty on board.
Glad to hear it.
Time to splash down 1 minute, 15 seconds.
1 minute, 15 seconds until splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off of San Diego. The USS John Murtha is in the region. Navy divers will race to the craft. They will deploy that inflatable around the capsule.
Integrity about to complete a journey spanning 694,481 miles from its launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st, and a trip around the moon.
I mean, these are words you have not heard in decades in this country. There are a lot of viewers watching tonight who remember this from the Apollo mission, several of them, those missions, but of course, a whole younger generation witnessing something that they've only read about in the history books. A little flash there at the capsule.
Passing through 1,000 feet.
Those 3 parachutes, of course, the end of that sequence, and certainly the ones that are doing most of the work in trying to slow this capsule, slow Integrity down to about 20 miles per hour. There's the splashdown.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown. Waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Which, by the way, is exactly when NASA said it would happen, 7 minutes past the hour.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Back on Earth, in the Pacific. The divers will get there. They will look at the outside of Integrity to make sure
And the landing and support officer reports the vehicle is stable 1.
Stable, there you
we
go.
We still will be deploying the crew module uprighting system to maintain that orientation. A perfect bullseye splashdown for Integrity and its 4 astronauts.
We can breathe.
We can. We just want to see them now, right? And they will get to the craft, the divers, and as I was mentioning earlier, I just don't like to talk over NASA because they're so fascinating. I'm having fun listening in on them as well. But they will check the exterior of the capsule to make sure that there isn't any significant damage, to make sure it's safe to open the latch.
The unofficial splashdown time, 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll get that refined for you.
Well, now they're just showing off. They tell us it's exactly when we said it would happen.
31 minutes, 35 seconds.
There will be an initial check.
And we're configuring for very low data rate.
They will initially check to make sure that all of the astronauts are feeling okay. And then they're going to take...
Once again, splashdown occurring in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego at 7:07 and 47 seconds p.m.
Integrity Houston, comm check on VLDR.
Houston, we have you loud and clear on VLDR. How else?
We
There
have you
see
the
the
same.
fast
We'll meet
boats
you over in
making their
post-landing.
way to Integrity.
Perfect communications established.
We are told this is the first time that the U.S. Navy has teamed up with NASA to get to the crew on board, those 4 astronauts,
Houston copies all.
3
Reed
Americans,
Wiseman
1
reporting 4
Canadian.
green crew members. That is not their complexion. That is the fact that they're in great condition. That's what that means. So stable 1, upright. The crew module uprighting system is being deployed. The 5 airbags being inflated through helium to maintain the upright configuration for the vehicle. This was a textbook entry and a textbook touchdown for Integrity. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen back on Earth after a journey around the moon.
Yeah, that's going to be impressive at the Thanksgiving dinner to be able to say, we were the ones up there. We know that standing by are 2 Navy MH-60 helicopters. They actually have cameras on them. We're getting some of these images from those helicopters. They're going to be carrying them to the nearby ship, the USS Mirtha, which is waiting. They're going to put 2 of the astronauts on each helicopter. And I believe Christina Cook is going to be the first to emerge. Do we know who will emerge from the capsule?
Christina Cook is first.
Yeah. She'll be first, which seems appropriate. And Susan, you know all too well the relief, the sighs from these families waiting to see their loved ones.
We continue to monitor.
I imagine there were tears from all of them, every one of them, tears of joy, of relief, of happiness. They must have held their breath for the last 30 minutes.
Reed Wiseman reporting 4 green crew members, meaning they're all in excellent shape.
Who knew that green crew members is code for excellent shape? Usually when you see someone green, although I wouldn't be surprised if they did look a little green after what they've just been through.
After that,
but that's not what it
Integrity
means. It
Houston,
simply
4
means they are in great shape. The divers reaching.
Our beacon
Capsule,
is
they're being lifted.
in 406, and we're powering the radio now. Go ahead.
We see the beacon on. However, the recovery team is not seeing the signal. Your SAR radio uses the same antenna, so you may run into trouble with the radio.
Okay, copy. And we are also powering up
So we're about to witness
now.
An extraordinary moment where we will see the hatch lifted, and then the astronauts, again, as I mentioned, will be checked for a quick medical evaluation before something far more extensive on board the USS Mirtha.
As the crew continues its post-splashdown,
They'll be taken away by those 2 helicopters.
On board. Reed Wiseman once again reporting that all 4 crew members are in excellent shape. And we have 5 inflated airbags to maintain an upright configuration.
I want to bring in Dr. Orion Anderson. He's an emergency medicine physician trained in aerospace engineering. You would know better than us that when you hear they're green, which means they're in excellent health, and we're hearing from the commander, Reed Weissman, who's in the capsule, who says the rest of the 3 are in perfect health. That's got to be great news for you to hear too, Dr. Anderson.
After a thorough systems
yeah, that's as good as it gets, and that's kind of the first evaluation of the astronaut crew. Is they all kind of look left and right, give each other the thumbs up, and when the first recovery team gets there and takes a look in the hatch, they kind of do the similar and make sure that everybody's feeling okay before, you're right, they go on to do more extensive medical evaluation and even a little bit of research testing as soon as they get their feet on solid ground again.
They'll be given the opportunity to stay at a hotel in San Diego if they just want a little time to readjust before being taken to Houston. But Dr. Anderson, I gather they'll go straight to Houston. Look what they've just been through.
Yeah, I think they're probably eager first to see their families, eager to, I think, greet the people of the world and just celebrate this exciting journey we've all been on.
Cody Page also with us here tonight, National Geographic Explorer, professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia, and the former director of MIT Space Exploration Initiative. And Cody, I know you have studied all too well the reentry and the stakes, and knowing that heat shield, the job it had to perform. And we have witnessed history tonight. It did exactly as NASA was hoping.
Some trouble with the SARSAT phone on board, but that's not an issue. What is more important is that
Cody, can you hear me?
The vehicle is solid.
Yes, yeah. It's honestly, sorry, I was listening to NASA there. It's been, the whole mission, I feel like, has just been incredible, that it's been exactly how it's supposed to be. So the way that heat shield worked and the parachutes deployed and everything, the timing, it's a testament to exactly how perfectly NASA plans these things. It's so exciting.
It really is. Cody, thanks so much. Dr. Oluseyi also still with us. The anxiety gone? We wanted to check back in with you and make sure you're breathing okay.
Oh, man, I had a huge sigh of relief when I saw that third parachute that looked like it was having a little trouble fully deploy, right? And now they've made it safely.
It's really incredible news. Now we just wait to see the divers get to the capsule and open the hatch. Hakeem, thanks so much. Asa Stahl, also with us, science editor from the Planetary Society.
Integrity, Houston did not call.
The history that's been made right here tonight with generations watching. And as I mentioned earlier, so many of our viewers remember the Apollo missions, but there are so many others who have not witnessed something quite like this before.
Yeah, this was truly spectacular. I mean, I didn't realize I was holding my breath, but I was at the launch and it felt... Sorry,
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go. Yeah, you're doing just fine.
Just also hearing the NASA broadcast. Yeah, it was at the launch just as almost surreal to see that we actually did it. It worked. And it was just so inspiring to see this is what we're capable of if we only try, if we make the investment in ourselves and in NASA. So I think a lot of people, millions of people around the world are seeing this and feeling inspired and ready to celebrate.
And Asa, take us through these next few steps, because this really was the first step in what could be an extraordinary next couple of years here. The next Artemis mission will do some additional testing, and then the one that follows could be the one that actually lands on the moon.
The 3 main chutes.
That's exactly right. And I tell you, after watching this, I can't wait for the next one. 2026 or 2027 could not come soon enough. That's when Artemis III will happen. As you just said, that's going to be another crewed flight test, but it's not going to go to the moon and back like Artemis II has. It's going to test out the spacecraft and docking procedures in orbit around Earth. And then Artemis IV, if all goes well, will happen in 2028, and that will be the actual lunar landing mission. And then it's hopefully off to the races.
And
NASA's
Asa,
trying to do this every 6 months.
And we know that 2 astronauts will be on board that mission to land.
Yes, that's right.
Really just incredible. And good for you for being at the launch as well, remembering both ends of this extraordinary journey.
15 minutes.
Let's listen into mission control.
Yeah. Power down delay.
All right, Jackie, we have selected T/D+30. No joy on SAR radio or sound phone. And stand by, we have the master diver on SAR radio. Please hold comms.
Hey, Lily. Excuse me. Hey, Jackie, we just got the master diver on SAR.
(8:22) was the timing that NASA had said there would be a capsule power down, is what they call it. There is some word that power down might be somewhat delayed here, but you can see those teams.
A good view of one of the fast boats.
There you go.
Integrity Houston, if you are happy with your comm with Master Diver, you can go back to the 15-minute power down.
One of the fast boats circling Integrity right now.
Okay, stand by. Yeah, we'll confirm here in a second.
They were able to get
the crew
there
on
quickly.
board Integrity coordinating with the flight control team in Houston here in Mission Control on the timing of the power down of the vehicle, which will be the precursor to the recovery teams approaching the spacecraft. There are no issues with Integrity. We've had a bit of broken capability in establishing a SARSAT or satellite phone communications capability between the crew on board Integrity and the recovery team. That will get sorted out here shortly.
Yeah, blame it on the satellite phone.
There's plenty of cooling
because
on
everything
board
else was
Integrity.
picture perfect here.
So there's
if
no
you're
rush
wondering
to
how
begin
these
the
dive
power
teams
down.
were able to get here so quickly, it's because the USS Murtha, the amphibious naval ship, was just about 1.5 miles from the splashdown point. Will Reeve standing by in Southern California. And, well, I'm not sure if you heard the sonic boom, but off in a distance in the ocean there, this is picture perfect.
Yeah, David, there's a lot of folks out here at the beach who were hoping to hear the sonic boom. They kept coming by asking us if they were going to see the splashdown or hear it, and unfortunately, no dice. But everybody knows that out there, the crew safely splashed down and that the rest of the protocols are happening as they should be, every precaution being taken, every item on the checklist being taken care of, and a sense of excitement here in San Diego. This feels like these astronauts who went further than anyone has ever traveled before in the history of mankind, they returned here to Southern California. People are pretty excited about that here, even if they didn't hear the sonic boom. We were looking forward to that. Maybe next mission.
Maybe the next mission. There are going to be a couple more Artemis missions now that this one has been successful. You can see the teams in the water there, just off the coast of San Diego. And as Will was saying, there's a lot of pride there in San Diego that they've been part of this history. Recovery teams are going to secure some lines here. They're waiting for the power down before they can get any closer to the capsule. Delayed, NASA says, because of some issues with the satellite communication.
Called the front porch. That will be the port of call for the crew as they're being extracted one by one from the vehicle.
You heard him mention the front porch that I had mentioned earlier. That's the inflatable, nicknamed front porch because they'll step out onto their porch, and they've earned that moment.
Integrity Houston, for sat phone, we are going to attempt to call you.
Good idea. Standing by.
And Jackie, yes, we are pushing the push to talk, the 2 buttons on the left side of the radio below the up-down arrows. We are utilizing them. I'm rebooting the radio to see if we get good comms.
Okay, we copy all, and just to confirm, you are seeing that you are touchdown plus 3030 for power, correct?
Well,
that's affirmative.
NASA astronauts, they're just like us, rebooting the satellite phone to try to regain communication here before they can power down, Susan. And that's then the moment when the divers can really move in.
Right. It's like the power cycle that you do at home when your Wi-Fi isn't working, you know. It's the same sort of thing, but, you know, to have come this far and everything work well, and this is the thing that is delaying them getting out of the capsule, is almost comical. But I remember in the Apollo days, it was the same. Once the splashdown, any number of things could still go wrong. So, like I said, the families aren't going to breathe until they're out of the capsule and on the ship.
Which will happen soon.
The large inflatable raft
The inflatable
it's called
raft.
The front porch.
The front porch he's talking about.
Will be where the astronauts are extracted from, so that they can have a few minutes to get their land legs back before they're hoisted aboard the Navy helicopters for the flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha.
And Gio, you were lucky enough to talk to the astronauts at the very beginning of their journey.
I was the first, David. I realized that later on. 20,000 miles away they were, and we were able to speak with them, and it was remarkable because I remember speaking with Victor Glover and saying to him, you know, with so much division that we see in this country, what do you see when you look down on planet Earth? And he said, I see one. I see one humanity. And then there was that reminder that he had just before they lost communication the first time as they went around the moon, when he repeated those words from Jesus, when he said the greatest commandment is to love one another. And then we had that blackout behind the moon. It was remarkable to hear those really human stories.
No question about that. And, you know, these astronauts seem fully aware of, you know, the times that we're in and sort of the political divide and all of the stuff that we also take in on a daily basis. And they knew that what they were doing was hopefully achieving sort of making history in their journey to the moon and back. And they certainly have done that. And they were, in this most recent press conference that they did on the eve of their return, very clear that while we have enjoyed these images and seen those moments where there was real camaraderie, I mean, the brothers and sister on that capsule in embracing one another, but most importantly, they wanted to be able to bring all of this back. They said they had so much more to do with what they had discovered while in space, what they had seen on the far side of the moon.
Is there any chance to tie us into NRD?
We know these teams will conduct a quick hazard assessment in the water before actually opening the hatch as well. There you see one of those MH-30 helicopters, MH-60 copters, which will transport the astronauts from the raft right back to the USS John Murtha, which is only about 1.5 miles from the splashdown site. We know in the first helicopter, mission specialist Christina Cook, pilot Victor Glover. Victor, of course, is the one who said it's like riding a fireball through the atmosphere,
Houston,
and they have landed now in the Pacific.
For the establishment of communications between
Waiting for
Integrity
establishment
and
of communications.
the recovery team that is basically standing by very close to the spacecraft. We're going to go to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha, where Megan Cruz is standing by with Administrator Jared Isaacman.
The second helicopter will carry mission specialist Jeremy Hansen. Of course, the Canadian on board who made history as well, and Commander Reed Weissman. And Commander Weissman is the one who lost his wife, Carol. And it was that team in space together who decided, let's name one of the craters we've discovered and seen with our own eyes after Carol.
I'm honestly, I'm still at a loss for words. I mean, you know, like the childhood Jared right now can't believe what I just saw. I mean, almost been waiting my whole lifetime to see this, and then it's NASA administrator. I just couldn't be more proud of the entire workforce, the years, the effort, the late nights, all the hard work from across the country that contributed to this incredible moment right now. And yeah, incredibly grateful too for our teams here on the John P. Murtha right now.
Yeah, look at the behind us here.
Got everybody. Hey, what do you guys think? We just brought some astronauts back from the moon, huh? Unbelievable. Thank you. Yeah, so grateful to the Navy, the sailors that are here, the NASA teams. I mean, this is a joint effort that's on their way right now. These recovery forces are getting out to our Orion spacecraft, to Integrity, to get our astronauts back on the ship safely.
That's the team at NASA celebrating their history being made as they should, as we await for communication between the dive teams and Integrity right there in the water.
Take away from this.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I think about the crew members that we've all had an opportunity to observe over the last 10 days, right? I mean, they're absolutely professional astronauts. I mean, wonderful communicators, almost poets. But then I think these were the ambassadors from humanity to the stars that we sent out there right now. And I can't imagine a better crew than the Artemis II crew that just completed a perfect mission right now. So yes, it's a huge moment for for everybody, right? I mean, we are back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon, bringing them back safely, and to set up for a series more. I mean, this is not a once in a lifetime, which you hear sometimes around here. It's like, this was a once in a lifetime. No, it's not. This is just the beginning. We are going to get back into doing this with frequency, sending missions to the moon until we land on it in 2028 and start building our base.
I love that. He said that we are back in the business of traveling to the moon. Just a few moments left for this special report. And Susan, I just wanted your thoughts. I love that he said they were ambassadors of humanity, going to the moon and back, and now they've come back and they've really taught us all, reminded us all what unity really looks like.
Yes, they have done the incredible, and their lives have changed forever because they will forever be ambassadors for humanity.
Well, Susan, thank you so much for being here, former NASA astronaut yourself. We are going to come back on the air when we do see those astronauts for the first time. I look forward to showing you that moment. In the meantime, we'll go back to regular programming. I'm David Muir here in New York. We'll see you shortly to see the astronauts. Good night.
And here we go. 10, 2, 1, and liftoff. The crew of Artemis II now bound for the moon.
Welcome on board the Integrity spacecraft. It is just absolutely phenomenal. You guys look great.
We have confirmation of crew module, service module separation.
Integrity, good. CM raise burn. Your flight path angle is within limits.
And we have crossed the threshold, now entering the Earth's atmosphere. Main chute deployed.
Use Integrity splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
4 green crew members are all in excellent shape.
This has been an ABC News special, Artemis II, coming home.
Use Integrity splashdown, sending post-landing command now.
Splashdown confirmed.
Copy splashdown, waiting on VLDR.
Splashdown confirmed at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. From the pages of Jules Verne to a modern-day mission to the moon, a new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
Special Artemis II coverage continues now on ABC News Live. And welcome again to our friends joining us from National Geographic. I'm Micah Giacchi in New York. The Artemis II astronauts splashing back down on Earth on board the Orion spacecraft. An incredible scene as they completed their historic moon mission. Recovery teams now working to airlift the crew in helicopters from the Orion spacecraft to the USS John P. Murtha, where a medical team will evaluate them. Now to ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, this moment felt unreal, but it was in fact very real. You watched it on the big screen there. Tell me what the energy is like there, witnessing history.
I mean, it was astounding, Ike. When you talk about the cheer, it was the kind of cheer that you can only get from a group of people who are experiencing history, because it was not just a celebration of victory, it was also that profound sense of relief. We knew as it was getting closer and closer, as they first re-entered the atmosphere, the cheers would get louder and louder in every checkpoint. They would increase in volume, but then as we got closer to the splashdown, things quieted down to the point of silence until it was confirmed that they had landed safely. Now, of course, we're in a bit of a holding pattern as we wait for that recovery, but it was truly astounding watching the generations of people here at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego, not too far from where the splashdown just occurred. And you saw parents holding their children, wiping away tears, kids going crazy, clapping, seeing this for the very first time. So many people seeing this for the very first time. And of course, grandparents here who remember watching the very first space launches. I had talked, as I said before, to an 86-year-old who said he remembered those first space launches, the Apollo flights, the lunar missions that inspired him to become a pilot and an engineer. He flew for 45 years. He's now retired, and tonight he's here with his grandfather. Now, I had asked him beforehand, are you nervous at all about the reentry? And he said, no, this is the easy part. But sure enough, once we entered that blackout window, that 6-minute period, he's, of course, still wearing his pilot watch, and every 10 seconds he'd flip it over and he would look down as that clock got lower and lower. And then finally, it was confirmed that they had made it here safely. You could see his relief as he sat there experiencing that, taking in another victory, just as he had going back to the 1950s, as his wife next to him stood up and cheered, his grandson on the other side stood up and cheered, and we saw that from so many families here, more than 1,000 people. One of the comms workers here at this museum, I had said beforehand, this is probably going to be the biggest night of the year for you, right? And he said, this is probably our biggest night in 20 years. We've heard from so many people, especially young people, some young science students here, college students, who told me explicitly they couldn't believe this is happening in real life. In their experience, this is something that only happens in the movies, but this is very real. And there are a lot of people here, as there are a lot of people across America, who are experiencing this feeling for the very first time.
You know, Trevor, right now at the Artemis II, they are powering down. The extraction is beginning. We've been talking about this mission as a turning point. Based on the crowd that you've been interacting the entire day, do you think that this mission has broken through beyond the space enthusiast community?
Will be hoisted in sequential fashion and alternating fashion, 2 crew members for each helicopter.
I mean, I think that it has to, Ike, when you talk about the response going back for our generations here, and we have so many children who are still so excited here. This is something that so many people, what we kept hearing over and over is, I've never experienced this before. And really the sentiment was, this is something that it felt like a previous America would do, something that we would learn about in history books, but not something that we do right now. I also have to imagine that just as Reggie, that 86-year-old grandfather, said he was inspired to become a pilot, what you have are probably a lot of people, a lot of young children who are probably feeling inspired right now, who will likely go on to careers in science. A lot of people, a lot of young children who now probably want to try to be astronauts. People that may not have felt that desire until right now. It is so obvious the impact felt on everyone. And then, of course, you have that collective sense of American pride, which is also something that a lot of people say that they have not been feeling. Of course, had a USA chant going on moments after that splashdown here. It is so obvious the profound impact that is being felt on this crowd. And it's so obvious also that this is something that people have not felt in a long time, if ever.
All right, Trevor Ault, thank you for that perspective. ABC News transportation correspondent Gio Benitez joins me now. Gio, I mean, just seeing that Artemis II capsule splash down on the water, seeing those parachutes rest on the surface of the water, it was a feeling of mission accomplished.
It was mission accomplished. It was truly incredible and remarkable to see how picture perfect this was, from the launch all the way to this landing. In fact, the first issue we really saw was the satellite phone once they were already there in the water. So just like us, they too have reception issues, apparently.
Right.
It's all happens when you're back on Earth. But it was remarkable to see this. It was remarkable to see those parachutes looking beautiful. Everything was picture perfect. Those 6 minutes, though, I was holding my breath. My heart was racing. I think that's what was happening all across America, all across the world as they were watching that play out. But again, that moment when you hear the astronauts say, integrity, this is Houston, this is integrity, we hear you. I think a lot of sighs of relief right there.
Oh, absolutely. Now, right now, we know the capsule is powering down. That extraction mission right now, that's going on right now, obviously trying to get them out. What can we expect when that hatch opens up for the first time?
Well, we'll be able to see Christina Cook come out first. She's going to be coming out first. The last person to come out will be the commander, Reed Weissman. And I think it's going to be remarkable to see. People have been saying ladies first, so that's suitable right there. So Christina Cook will be the first one. And then after that, at that moment, they will be taken, they'll be airlifted from there with helicopters and taken to the USS Mertha. That's where they're going to stay for a bit. They're going to be medically evaluated, make sure everything's good. At some point later tonight or tomorrow morning, they'll actually go to the naval base in San Diego, and that's when they'll begin that journey home to Houston and go to the Johnson Space Center and reunite with their families at some point during this. And I can imagine that's the moment they can't wait for.
You know, we saw a lot of history during this mission. Obviously, Christina Koch. We saw Victor Glover being the first black man in space. How many other momentous moments did we experience throughout this entire journey?
Oh, I mean, so many. You had also Jeremy Hansen becoming the first Canadian to go to the moon. This was actually, by the way, his first time going to space, period.
Wow.
So what a first trip to space, going farther than any other human has gone before. And that's one that we saw that it was over 4,000 miles farther than any other human has gone before. And so it's remarkable to see that. Also, I want to talk about the science, because there's science that's happening there that really has implications for the rest of us. They called it the Avatar Project, the Avatar Experiment, where they actually take their own human cells to see if they can read with these human cells. They're like little chips or discs with their human cells. Wow. They're hoping to see how the radiation there in space affected those cells, and if it matches, how it affected their bodies. Because then they could really use these chips, these avatar chips, to put them in all sorts of different situations for people even here on Earth to test out how bodies will react. It's remarkable what was happening.
I just love the science that's been integrated throughout this entire mission, especially the way that they've just packaged it up for all of us to really understand what's going on. And, you know, this is a successful mission, obviously having the crew splash down in the Pacific, but NASA says this is a test flight. Right?
This is still a test flight. This was always a test flight. And that's what's remarkable. So the first one, Artemis I, 2022, that was a test flight with no humans on board. That worked remarkably well as well. Then you have this one, Artemis II. Artemis III will be a test flight as well. That one's going to go around low Earth orbit. And they're going to be testing specifically all of the systems on board. That is to test the actual Orion itself and to put it through a stress test to also go ahead and dock it and all of those things. And then eventually Artemis IV in 2028. That is the mission to land humans on the moon. And that one will be considered, I guess, a not test flight.
Right. And I do want to comment on the crew in and of itself. You know, there were so many special moments throughout this entire mission. Yeah. Seeing the braids inside the capsule with the Earth in the background, you know what I mean? Or just seeing the wonderment from the crew when they had that lunar eclipse with their glasses on, you know what I mean? This crew had a special way of connecting with the entire world. Why do you think that they felt like such a perfect crew?
Well, first of all, they are incredible human beings, incredible human beings. And that moment that I don't think there was a dry eye anywhere when they saw it, that moment when they saw that crater, and it was an unnamed crater, and they decided to name it after Reed Weissman's late wife, who died of cancer in 2020, Carol. And so they named it Carol, and they spelled it out, and you heard the emotion in their voices and that beautiful hug that they shared after. This is a crew that loves each other. They are deeply human. They know that humanity, and they look down on Earth and they saw one humanity, and that was beautiful.
One humanity. I love that. What a message to be given from this mission.
Absolutely.
Gio, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right, now let's get to ABC News' Will Reeve on Coronado Island in the San Diego Bay. Will, been loving your coverage so far. The astronauts, they're expected to be on board the ship soon. What happens then?
Well, that's right, Ike. We got one part of it down. They've successfully splashed down, but now there's a whole checklist that they have to go through as those divers and boats and everything approach the capsule and begin extraction. Then there's a very specific protocol I'll read off to you here. The crew gets transferred to the front porch. That's a raft that was actually made in New Mexico by Jack's Plastic Welding in Aztec, New Mexico. Took 528 hours to build. So they'll get taken on the raft, moved away from the capsule itself, and then they will be helicoptered out in a specific order. They will have Christina Koch, Victor Glover, Jeremy Hansen, Reed Weissman will go last. They'll get helicoptered out, and then they will go to the USS Mirtha, and then they will go through a medical assessment and probably take a breath for a second. They've been through a lot. And then ultimately, they will return to land here in Coronado, and then finally after that, got to catch another connecting flight. They got to go to Houston for a debrief on the mission, but that won't happen until very many hours from now, Ike.
All right, Will Reeve, thank you for that update. And for more, let's bring in reporter Nick Notario from our Houston station, KTRK. He's live at the Johnson Space Center for the latest from Mission Control. Now, Nick, we know right now those boats that are supposed to be taking the crew out of the water, they are currently circling the Artemis II craft. They're checking for any hazardous gases or materials that may have been emanated from that from the capsule as it splashed down there on the Pacific. So it looks like right now the recovery mission is going well. It's successful at the point. So how is the team at Mission Control feeling?
Well, we heard them shortly after splashdown, and they all sounded extremely excited. It wasn't just in Mission Control here at JSC that's excited. In the theater out here where they have media from around the globe stationed, when they lost contact for those 6 minutes or so, you could hear a pin drop. And then as soon as we heard Reed Wiseman's voice, you could hear a round of applause inside the theater. And then again, more applause once they splashed down in the Pacific Ocean. We're waiting to hear more from Mission Control. We actually haven't seen any images yet from Mission Control, but when we were talking to flight directors for the past 10 days or so, they all said they could not wait to see the splashdown on their screens right there in Mission Control, and that's when they say they would celebrate.
Now, Nick, the astronauts, they're going to take a flight home to Houston and the Johnson Space Center. How will they be putting the finishing touches on the mission?
Well, what they're going to be doing before they even get on that flight, they're going to be going through a series of studies once they get on board, and they're going to be checking for their things like their balance and such to see exactly how they're doing. Not just checking them over physically, but also looking for other things because, remember, they were in deep space for 10 days. Then they're going to board a plane, come to Houston. They're going to land at Ellington Airport, which is not, if you've flown to Houston, you may have flown into Bush or Hobby. It's another airport, Ellington, that NASA uses. And at the airport, the astronauts' families are going to be waiting for them. We know that they are here in Houston. They're not out in California. They were in Mission Control, and they said, and when we were listening to the broadcast, you could hear them say that there was a loud round of applause from Mission Control in the viewing area once they reestablished contact after they weren't able to talk to the astronauts for several minutes. And I'm sure, that was the family not only giving a breath of sigh of relief, but also celebrating the fact that their loved ones made it through that time period.
And Nick, hold on one second. We want to listen into Mission Control as they're continuing this recovery effort.
Dynamics and received a more official touchdown time or splashdown time, as it were, of 7:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 27 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That would equate to a mission elapsed time of 9 days, 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds.
You heard Mission Control there saying that the mission lasted just over 9 days. Right now, we are waiting for that hatch to reopen. We know crews are circling that Artemis II spacecraft, checking for any kind of hazardous materials or gases that could come from that craft, obviously, after coming in from space. Nick, I hope you're still there with me. When will they be reuniting with their families and friends?
Well, we know it'll be sometime Saturday. What we're hearing is probably in the afternoon, evening is when they get back here to Houston. It all depends on what happens now. After they pull them out of their hatch, of course, they got to check them over, and then they'll eventually make their way here to Houston. So it'll be at some point tomorrow. Like I said, probably some point in the afternoon, and then they're going to be able to, finally hug their loved ones, meet with family and friends when they get here off the airport. We're allowed there at the airport to see that moment, and it's going to be something quite special. So that's going to happen at some point tomorrow, and then eventually they're going to meet with us here at Johnson Space Center and talk about this incredible mission that they all just took part in. And we're going to hear from Mission Control in person in the next couple of hours. They're going to meet with the media, answer our questions, see what went wrong, and I'm sure everyone's going to be asking, okay, after this successful test flight, when's number 3? Because that was incredible what they just accomplished after 50 years of not going to the moon, making it back successfully. And, it was just, unbelievable to see that and see the reaction here at JSC, everyone that's worked years to make today happen.
Right now, you are looking at the Artemis II capsule in the Pacific Ocean. You are seeing the United States Navy working in conjunction with NASA, those naval boats circling the Artemis II spacecraft, checking for any kind of hazardous materials. We also saw a helicopter that has been circling the Artemis II. We do know that helicopter will be airlifting the crew members outside of that Orion spacecraft once the hatch opens up. Nick, I want to ask you one more question. We do know now that the Artemis II mission is successful. So when does the team begin to start shifting their focus to the Artemis III mission?
Well, you know, a number of NASA flight directors and even the administrator was asked about that during this mission, and they kept wanting to say, well, we're focused on this one. But at the same time, they have to understand that they're already racing for Artemis III, about a year away, and then Artemis IV, less than 2 years away. And keep in mind, this crew that's on the capsule about to come out, they've been working on this mission for 3 years. So they've had that much time to prepare for something like this, where these other crews are going to have less than 2 years. So NASA's already getting ready for those next missions. There's not a lot of time, they know that, but NASA says it's full steam ahead. So it's going to be some very, very busy months and weeks right here at the Johnson Space Center here in Houston.
All right, Nick Notario from our ABC station in Houston, KTRK. Thanks a lot. Joining me now on set is former NASA astronaut and two-time space shuttle pilot Susan Kilrain. Susan, always a pleasure to talk to you. Okay, from your vantage point as a former pilot, does it look like re-entry was successful from you? You know, we saw the drogue shoots, we saw the main shoots, we saw the splashdown. Did that go the way it was supposed to?
It went exactly the way it was supposed to. And I mean, ear to ear smiles. And I hope everybody got to see it in some way, because everything lined up perfectly. Their attitude was perfect. It looks like the heat shield did its job perfectly. The crew is feeling great. Their condition is green, meaning that they all feel great. And the parachutes worked perfectly. Now, if we could just get them out, which I believe we're just about ready to do, because now the rescue boat is right up against Orion, ready for Christina, who will be coming out first.
That's right, Christina Cook. She is the one expected to come out first in that Orion spacecraft. You can see right now those Navy divers are right up against that hatch. We should be expecting to see that hatch open up in just a few short moments right now. Susan, the Orion, you can see it right now. It's bobbing up and down in the Pacific. Right now, the crew, they're finally back under Earth's gravity. How do you expect they'll see the rest of their lives differently based on the fact that they just came from hundreds of thousands of miles out away in space? How do you think they're going to see the world differently now?
Their lives are changed forever. They are now humanity's spokespeople. I mean, they will never be the same. They have seen things we've never seen, nobody else has ever seen. They've done things nobody else has ever done. And so they are forever changed. And they will be pivotal in getting Artemis III off the ground. They will be educating the next crew on what to expect and how the vehicle handles and the part that they're going through right now, the recovery efforts, what that's like. I mean, it's been decades since we've splashed down after a trip to the moon. So, I mean, their lives have changed forever.
Oh, absolutely. Susan Kilrain, thank you so much for your perspective. It's been so valuable tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joining me now is National Geographic explorer and professor of mechanical engineering at Columbia University, Cody Page. Cody, thank you for joining me. Cody, can you tell me about your feeling witnessing this historic mission come to such a successful end today?
It's incredible. This has been, I mean, all 10 days of this has been incredible. The lead up was incredible. I am so excited for this crew, and I'm so excited for the science team. This is when everything gets really exciting for them. The work really begins for them now. And just seeing the astronauts about to come out here, this is like just so perfect.
You know, right now we are waiting for the raft to deploy. That's how we know those astronauts will be coming out of that spacecraft. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. You're also the former director of the MIT Space Exploration Initiative. Can you tell us a bit about the experiments that were conducted on this mission? What can we expect to learn in the coming days?
A lot about radiation and about the health of our astronauts and how we can make sure to protect the astronauts going forward for the many Artemis missions to come. The radiation experiments are particularly interesting for me. It's something I studied and worked on. But the different experiments will tell us about how radiation in space affects our bodies and affects these astronauts as they go deeper and deeper into space. And that is critical for future Artemis missions.
All right, Cody, we know the Artemis II, they're splashed out in the Pacific Ocean right now, bobbing up and down. We know the Navy boats are surrounding them and trying to get that raft. Can you give us a better explainer about what exactly we're watching right now?
Yeah, they're making sure that everything is going to be lined up and that they can get these astronauts out safely. Obviously, there's a lot of waves in the ocean. There are dangers that can happen. They want to make sure that these astronauts will come out in a very safe manner. So as with everything NASA does, it is done meticulously well and well planned. So that's what we're watching here, is this plan being put into execution.
Now, what could the geology observed on the far side of the moon teach us for future missions? The search for water, ice, maybe?
Yes, that is a huge part of what we're learning on this mission. And why I said this is the exciting part for the science team, because now they get to really start digging into all of the images that came back and the descriptions that were said. You probably heard a lot of words like albedo being talked about, the shininess of the lunar surface, and that can tell us about where we might find water ice, which will be critical in where we set up this moon base that will be a jumping off point for future missions to Mars.
Also, this was a multinational venture. Agencies from around the world are involved in this mission. And Canadian crew member Jeremy Hansen, he's the first non-American to travel to lunar distance. You're Canadian yourself. What does this mission mean for you personally and for the world?
First, it makes me so incredibly proud to be Canadian and Jeremy, and that he's done this for Canada and for the world. I think what this mission does is it allows the rest of the world to really see themselves as being part of these missions, and it allows us to envision ourselves as astronauts and space explorers, and hopefully have the next generation grow up to be astronauts and explorers as well around the world.
Now, I also want to ask you a question. You know, you're a professor, you're a teacher, you have students. What's the one lesson from this splashdown that you hope to take back?
That planning is critical and execution comes from great planning. This was such an incredible splashdown. It followed exactly how it was supposed to. We saw that it landed down to the minute when NASA planned for that splashdown to happen, which comes from many, many years of planning, and the execution was just perfect.
All right. Thank you so much, Cody Page, for that. Joining me now is astrophysicist and science editor for the Planetary Society, Asa Stahl. Asa, it's been more than 50 years since NASA has made an attempt of this magnitude. What kind of data are we getting from this mission that we've never been able to collect before?
Well, it is a completely singular moment. History has been made here. And scientifically, what we can get out of this is really significant. We haven't had humans out to the moon beyond low Earth orbit, like you said, in over 50 years. So, we're going to be collecting from the crew right now some information once they come out and are going through their medical checks. We're going to be looking at how they readjust to gravity after going that distance, and also how they readjust after being exposed to that sort of radiation environment. But there's also these experiments that have gone along with the crew to study things like that radiation environment, that microgravity, what it's like to live in a space so confined with 3 other people for 10 full days. All of these things NASA is going to be looking more into, taking away from this mission as they prepare to send humans for longer back to the moon and maybe even further in the future.
All right, I want to take a look right now at the footage that we're seeing. The hatch on the Artemis II is officially open. Wow. You can take a look right now. Those Navy divers are going in there. They're trying to deploy that raft. We know the medics, they are the first people who are going in. Remember, they're going to do that preliminary checkup on the 4 astronauts, Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, those medics. They're going in there to make sure those 4 astronauts are okay. Obviously, that's before their full medical checkup once they get back on that naval ship. Just give me your reaction there right now, Asa, to seeing this hatch door open and eventually seeing those astronauts come back down and experience that Earth's air for the first time in almost 10 days.
It is a beautiful sight. I mean, I don't know about you, but my face is tired from smiling. I think probably millions of people around the world watching this feel the same way. I mean, you can only feel like proud to be a human being when you watch something like this. And I just can't wait to see their faces themselves, these astronauts. I hope that they're doing okay. It sounds like they are. And I'm especially excited to see them reunited with their families and the grins on their faces then, because I was at Kennedy Space Center. I saw them say goodbye in person. And, these are real people. Everyone who is on this mission, everyone who worked on this mission, they're just people. And so to know that they all are having this full spectrum of emotions right now, that they've gone through this incredible adventure, and now here they are back, you just want to greet them with everything you have.
All right, let's listen in right now. They're working to deploy the front porch and the stabilization collar. Let's listen in.
The recovery ship here. And so as we wait for the Navy and NASA personnel to get their assessment of the crew inside of Orion, why don't we toss it back to Rob for an update?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Rick Henfling and the entry team of flight controllers still on duty. The vehicle has been powered down for some time now. There are no hazardous gases emanating from Integrity. That, of course, allowed the recovery personnel to approach the vehicle and then open the hatch to begin the initial medical assessment of the crew, as you just indicated. Now we're standing by for the erection of that inflatable raft, the front porch, alongside of the vehicle that will enable the crew to be extracted one by one onto the raft, have a moment or two to get their land legs back before they're hoisted into 2 hovering Navy helicopters, 2 crew members for each helicopter, for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. All of Integrity's systems operated flawlessly throughout the course of the approach to the Earth, the entry into the Earth's atmosphere, and all of the key milestones that followed in this high-speed return to Earth for Integrity, a mission that spanned more than 694,000 miles from the vehicle's launch from the Kennedy Space Center atop the Space Launch System back on April 1st.
You're hearing ground control there explain what's going on. You heard them say that there were no gases around the Artemis II, which allowed those naval boats to get in there and essentially start the recovery process. You see them approach there. 4 medics went in there to check on the astronauts, Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. And they're essentially waiting to deploy the front porch and the stabilization collar, which will allow the naval crews to pull out the astronauts one by one. We know Christina Cook will be the first astronaut that emerges from the Artemis II chamber there. And we do also know that once they do come out, they will be put on the USS John P. Murtha, where they will go through an extensive medical checkup. I want to bring back Asa Stahl, Planetary Society science editor. Asa, for people under 55 years old, this is the first time they've ever seen anything like this live. How do you think that will shape the way this generation relates to space exploration?
Well, as one of those people who is under 55, I have to say, for all of us, this is the moment when space exploration became personal. We were along for the ride with these astronauts. We saw what they saw when they took those photos. We've been watching the live streams. We saw the new teleflyby, right? We've been there almost.
As we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, the last time that the Apollo program saw a splashdown in the Pacific was Apollo 17 back on December 19th, 1972. So for the first time in some 53 and a half years, We have reenacted that with the arrival of Integrity's astronauts as they flew around the moon in that historic lunar flyby that began with a trans-lunar injection burn that took them out of Earth orbit following 24 hours of a high Earth orbit trajectory. The high Earth orbit trajectory enabled flight controllers here to have a full 24 hours to evaluate the systems on Integrity and the condition of the crew before they would commit to flying to the moon.
Hey, so you heard him there, 55 years. You know, with this mission now safely in the books, how do you think this changes the way you think about the feasibility of getting to Mars?
Well, Mars is a pretty different story than the moon, but this is a stepping stone for sure. The radiation environment is going to be harsher toward Mars because it's just a much longer distance. This was a 10-day total trip. The round trip to Mars would be closer to about 3 years. So there's a lot that we still have to figure out there. But as we move forward with Artemis and begin to set up sustainable exploration on the lunar surface, it is all, I think, eventually building toward those first boot prints on another planet. It's just a question of when.
All right, Asa, thank you so much for that perspective. That ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, this moment felt unreal, but you know, it was in fact very real. You watched it on the big screen there. Can you tell me what the energy is like there witnessing history?
I mean, Ike, we are in the middle right now of one of those moments that seem to come right before that feeling of intense relief and victory. We saw the same thing right before the splashdown. And what we have now is all of this crowd. What they told me here is the busiest day in 20 years at this museum for this watch party. And you're going to hear some sudden lulls of silence as we wait for that moment of relief when that hatch does finally open. We know so many of these families are watching this happen for the very first time. That's the thing that I keep hearing person after person from parents who said they wanted the chance to see this again and they wanted their children to get the chance to see this for the first time. And of course, they all talk about that incredible pride that they are feeling. I keep mentioning that 86-year-old former pilot, the retired pilot. He flew for 45 years. He said he was inspired from watching the first space launches going back to the 1950s and 1960s. I went back and checked in on him, and he said at 86, watching them come down and splash down made him want to fly again. That level of inspiration that he felt so many decades ago, that he feels right now, we know so many Americans and so many American children are experiencing now for the very first time. We, of course, have had only good news as this has been playing out. There is still celebration that is going on. But, of course, we're not quite over the finish line yet, and everyone here knows it. They're all kind of staying put. Periodically, you'll get levels of excitement that bubble up. But until we get that hatch open, then we're finally going to see everyone breathe that sigh of relief. And I imagine we're going to see that cheer erupt just as we saw when they first re-entered the atmosphere and when they made that successful splashdown.
And these cheers, they're coming from people from 8 to 80 years old. You mentioned the individual well into his 80s and what this meant for him. What do you think this successful mission means to the younger generation?
Well, it's clear that they are incredibly moved by what they're experiencing. Like, I mean, 8 to 80, I think there's definitely a lot of people who are even younger than 8 who are only kind of vaguely understanding what they're seeing, but they know outer space. They think that it's interesting, and now they're seeing something that goes well beyond what they were expecting. What I have talked to a lot of parents who said that they kind of had to convince their child to come check this out, that they said, hey, this is going to be interesting. And then they got here hours before and made their child, of course, impatiently wait for that moment. But then when we finally got there and they got to see the crowd erupt, they got to watch as it descended down and then finally landed safely into the ocean. You could see the eyes of the children light up as parents are standing up, grandparents are standing up, a literal standing ovation from so many people here. You could see the wonder in these children, realizing that some of these things are possible, something that they've likely never seen before, maybe not even in fiction, and to realize the actual incredible accomplishments that humans have been able to achieve, and something that the United States is doing here for the first time in many, many years. There are so many parents who are incredibly proud of what they're seeing on the screen, and also proud to get to experience that with their children. It is a really moving thing to get to see mothers and daughters, mothers and sons, fathers, daughters and sons, all together. There was one family that I talked to that they just arrived here this afternoon on spring break in San Diego, learned about this event right when they landed. They didn't even go to the hotel. They went directly here to the museum so that they could experience something like this, and it has completely lived up to the hype. It's been a remarkable afternoon, and we're just waiting for that one last final stretch to feel that ultimate feeling of victory.
All right, the Artemis II mission changing hotel plans. Trevor Ault, thanks a lot for that. For more, let's bring in reporter Nick Notario from our Houston station, KTRK, live at the Johnson Space Center for the latest from Mission Control. Nick, now that the crew has successfully splashed down, how is the team at Mission Control feeling?
You can sure bet that they are ecstatic as to the images that they're seeing. And we're waiting to see our first, we keep seeing the astronauts, but we're like, okay, we need to see some mission control shots too. And, when we were talking to flight directors all week, they took this very seriously. This was something that they haven't done in more than 50 years here at the Johnson Space Center. Matter of fact, the old mission control isn't even where their mission control is at right now. But when they told us that when they splashed down in the Pacific Ocean, that there would be a lot of celebrating. They could not wait to see it. And, I remember 50 years ago when they celebrated, they had the big signs congratulating each other in mission control, especially after Apollo 11 when they came back after landing on the moon and accomplishing what President JFK had tasked to them only years before then. But we are waiting to hear from Mission Control and see the images from there. It's not just them we want to see, but the astronauts' families too. We were told that they're there in the viewing room watching this all unfold, and they're waiting, just like we all are, for their loved ones to come out of that capsule for the first time so we can get our eyes on them before they eventually make their way here to Houston. But I can tell you, there was a lot of anxiety earlier in the afternoon and evening, but certainly a lot of excitement right now at JSC here in Houston.
Yeah, I can imagine. Right now, you're watching naval crews essentially surround the Artemis crew. We do know that they were checking for any kind of hazardous gases. That passed. They didn't find any. We're now seeing those naval crews. Obviously, the helicopter that just whizzed by your screen there, that helicopter will eventually take those 4 Artemis crew members onto the USS John P. Murtha for further evaluation. We do know right now the naval crews, they're essentially waiting to deploy that front porch and the stabilization collar that will allow them to take out those Artemis II crew members one by one, Christina Cook being the first one. Once they do step out, we heard Mission Control say that they're going to essentially need to gain their Earth legs again. Remember, they've been in outer space now for almost 10 days now. It's a little different coming back into the Earth's atmosphere, dealing with the gravity. But once they do approach and step onto that front porch, we do know that they'll go through another round of medical evaluation, get some of that air inside their system, and then see if they're okay, obviously, moving forward. Nick, I want to ask you, right there at the Houston Johnson Space Center, how will they be putting the finishing touches on the mission?
Well, you had mentioned they're going to be looking at them medically, but also I want to tell you about one test that we got to see that the astronauts are going to do shortly after they get back on land. They're actually going to have them climb up and down these ladders. They're going to have to start on their backs, get up, assemble ladders, climb the ladders, and then walk 25 feet one way and then come back 25 feet. The way they do all this to try and get their balance back, from what we've been told, is they'll have a little bit of disorientation for upwards of like a couple days. Now, normally, astronauts, when they're at the ISS, could be up there for months or even a year, and so that causes even more issues to the body. In 10 days, though, from what we've been told from scientists here at JSC, is they're definitely going to feel it. And so that's why they've got to put them through a series of studies and tests. And they also want to see how does Christina Cook do compared to her male counterparts. This is the first time a female astronaut has gone this far into deep space. So all of this data will help them with future missions. And so they're going to be doing all that before they load them on a plane, come to Houston, and you can sure bet their families here cannot wait to see them, Ike.
All right, let's listen to the NASA field real quick as they're working to extract those Artemis II crew members.
The Again, 6 boats out there, lots of gear with them, just in case, right? As we said, the crew reported feeling great. But again, all those folks out there in case they weren't, right? NASA is all about making sure we think about every situation that can happen. And so, of course, wanted to be ready in case any of our astronauts needed more medical attention while out there in the water.
You're seeing those Navy divers surround the Artemis II capsule there. We know there are 4 divers.
Now teams again.
Each of them with medical experience and training.
Set up the stabilization collar and front porch for the crew to get out of Orion. They need both, right? The stabilization collar will keep Orion from swaying as you see it is doing now. And then they will connect to the front porch to the stabilization collar so that the crew can take 2 steps and they will be in the front porch.
Again, once they're on that front porch, they will be going through another round of medical evaluations. We do know those 4 divers that went in there to check in there. They are medics. They do have medical training, and each of those 4 divers are assigned to each one of the Artemis II crew members. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and of course the Canadian Jeremy Hansen, all waiting for these Navy divers.
On the mission audio loops, that's a good thing. Again, things proceeding pretty nominally, even if they're fighting some currents out there on the Pacific Ocean.
That stabilization collar is supposed to help steady the Artemis II capsule so those divers can have a safe working area.
The goal, setting up the stabilization collar and the front porch so that the crew can rest comfortably in the front porch, get placed into harnesses so that 2 helicopters can lift them off the front porch and onto the USS John Murtha here.
Those helicopters have been circling the Artemis II space capsule.
They're going to take turns picking up an astronaut. So again, Helo 1 and Helo 2.
Navy divers again surrounding the capsule, working on that stabilization collar.
Okay, and the recovery team here on the ship just got a report from the undersea medical officer who is inside the capsule with the crew. He is reporting all 4 members are green. All of our 4 astronauts, Reed, Victor, Christina, Jeremy, green, meaning they are feeling great, not the complexion of their skin. They are feeling great, happy to be home, and ready to be extracted as soon as possible.
Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, been labeled green.
As I was saying, we have 2 helicopters circling the activity you're seeing on the water right now. Each will take turns picking up an astronaut. So Helo 1 will come on in, hover above the front porch, about 40 feet above the front porch. A Navy recovery specialist will be hoisted down into the front porch.
The restricted maneuvering doctrine is in effect.
Will connect to the first astronaut, which we're expecting to be Christina.
Again, you're
and then
watching
Helo
those.
2 comes around, picks up Jeremy, while Helo 1 stays above head. And then Helo 1 will come back in for another astronaut, and then Helo 2 for the last astronaut, and then back to the flight deck here on the recovery ship.
You're watching those Navy divers secure that stabilization collar that will be wrapped around the Artemis II capsule that'll help it.
I was talking to Assistant Artemis Recovery Director Paul Sierpinski. He said helos are a much quicker, safer way to get on board. They did actually consider boats, but then if you think about it, longer time, the crew would have to move through more of the ship. This way the helos will give a more direct, quicker route to the medical bay for our 4 astronauts.
Again, those helicopters planned to take them to the USS John P. Murtha for further medical evaluation. That stabilization collar, Navy divers working to secure it around the Artemis II capsule that'll help it prevent it from bobbing and weaving too much in the Pacific Ocean.
The recovery ship here.
Just a magnificent moment. Unbelievable display of coordination between NASA and the United States Navy working to pull out these 4 astronauts from the Artemis II capsule. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. You can see the U.S. Navy, those divers.
See divers in the water there.
Surrounding the Artemis II capsule.
Encircling Orion. That is that stabilization collar we've been telling you about. As you saw in that interview just a few minutes ago, they have to first connect it to Orion, and then once it's secured onto Orion, they can inflate it, and then they'll further secure it with other harnesses and lines.
Once that stabilization collar is secured, the teams will apparently tow Orion onto the ship.
About an hour and 10 minutes since splashdown in the Pacific Ocean here.
Once that Orion capsule is secured, it'll be towed onto the ship.
Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back home after a history-making mission to the moon and back.
And once on that ship, they'll begin their journey back to the naval base in San Diego, undergo further medical testing, and as you just heard, waiting for that flight back to Houston, where they'll reunite with their friends and family. Nick, are you still there? Nick Tario, our reporter from KTRK. I want to talk to you real quick about that reunification that the 4 Artemis members are expected to have. What do you think that scene will look like?
I think it's going to be, unbelievable for them, and it's going to be definitely a very moving moment. Just thinking about the fact that what they've watched and witnessed with their loved ones. The good thing is they've been able to have communication with them, so they've been able to talk to them while they've been in space. I asked the flight director team yesterday, would they be able to have communication with their family on the day of splashdown? They said they have been able to send messages to them here back in Houston at the Johnson Space Center. We know that they're here in Houston watching this all unfold on Mission Control in the viewing room, and I've been in there several times. It's a large gallery like a theater, like a movie theater, and there's a pane of glass, and you can look down, you can see the giant screen inside Mission Control witnessing this all. And, Reed Wiseman's 2 daughters are there. And you have Christina Cook's husband. They live nearby. And Victor Glover's family out here as well. And I know Jeremy Hansen's loved ones have been posting some wonderful videos on social media. His wife taking out the trash because, her husband's in deep space. So I'm sure that they all can't wait to be there at Ellington when they come and land in Houston. And, thankfully, NASA is allowing us to be there for that moment because it is certainly going to be something. Like when you see those astronauts land back in Houston when they left a few weeks ago to go into quarantine in Florida, and then taking off, saying goodbye to their loved ones, and now finally coming back home to Houston to see them. It is certainly going to be something to witness and see, and I get goosebumps thinking about it. At that moment when they can embrace their loved ones. It's only 10 days, how long do we go off on trips or work visits and whatnot, and we're gone for even longer, but of course they were in deep space. It's a little different situation, but certainly something like that we all can't wait to see some point tomorrow, expecting in the afternoon, maybe evening, and we're all looking forward to that for sure.
All right, absolutely. Nick Notario, KTRK, right there at the Johnson Space Center. Thank you. And I want to listen in right now as you're seeing those naval crews start to bring in that collar.
Looking good around Orion. We're now seeing some recovery personnel getting on to that collar. Again, they need to further attach it to Orion to make sure that it can really prop up the spacecraft. It's basically lifting it up off of the water just a tad. Again, so it's not so
that stabilization collar now inflated, working to stabilize.
Doesn't sway so much in the water there.
The Orion spacecraft, you just heard, preventing it from swaying in the water. To the right of it, that's the front porch. That's exactly what those 4 Artemis II crew members will be stepping on.
And now that front porch looks like it's nearly fully inflated as well. You can see a much larger surface area.
You can also see the extensive nature in which the U.S. Navy has deployed those ships and the helicopters waiting to get these crew members.
Orion. They can stretch their legs a little bit on this front porch, get some fresh air.
The first thing they'll be feeling since 10 days in space.
Enjoy this beautiful day here on their home planet.
That front porch connecting to the stabilization collar will also help to ease the movements on the Orion capsule. Awaiting.
It appears teams now are about to connect the front porch to the stabilization collar. And at that point, when both are secure, we should soon see astronauts come out of Orion.
That first astronaut expected to be Christina Cook. Crew members have been inside the Orion capsule for well over an hour now. Capsule's power has been turned off now for about 45 minutes. Crews have been in the water for just almost this amount of time, working to secure the capsule so they can safely bring out those Artemis II crew members, so they can step foot on that front porch there that you're seeing behind the capsule, right there to the right. It'll be their first steps on planet Earth.
Views you see
Almost 10 days.
fed to the Landing Force Operations Center here on the ship. Of course, it is very important for our recovery teams leading the mission to have all the views that you're seeing as well. Again, listening to their communication loop here on the ship. Very quiet, which is a good thing. It means things are going pretty nominally, meaning as expected.
Again, once the crew gets on the front porch, they will be medically evaluated one more time. Those helicopters will airlift them one by one and take them to the USS John P. Murtha, where they'll be undergoing a full medical evaluation. To understand what exactly is going to go on in that evaluation, I want to bring in Dr. Arian Anderson, Space Medicine and Engineering. He's also the Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at the University of Colorado. Doctor, the Artemis II crew is now back home and it has access to medical personnel. But tell me a bit about the medical system in space. Is there a special design for missions like these where there's limited support from Earth?
Yeah, there absolutely is. One of the biggest challenges of spaceflight is that you have limitations on mass, power, and volume. So you can't bring everything with you. And some of my work when I worked at NASA and here at the University of Colorado is trying to get the most bang for your buck, essentially. You know, what are the highest yield pieces of equipment, medications, interventions in case something happens in space? And so, you know, a few days ago, I was delighted personally to see them get out their medical system, get out their medical kit, practice things like CPR, and really kind of pave the way of figuring out how do we improve the system for these future Artemis missions.
You know, we just put these astronauts' bodies through a massive stress test. Deep space, high G re-entry. Now they're bobbing in the ocean for over an hour. What are the first physical signs you'd be looking for right now, and if they're handling it well or not?
Yeah, I mean, we keep hearing that they're green, but essentially they're in re-entry spacesuits that are designed to keep them alive and safe in case something happens that depressurizes the vehicle on the way in. And so That's a critical piece of equipment, but as a medical personnel, it's extremely hard to assess them fully. So the first check is just kind of like a thumbs up, thumbs down. We keep hearing, how are you feeling? How are you doing? Everybody's green, which is great. The next check is then making sure, they're about to get on a raft in the ocean and then get hoisted up into a helicopter, making sure they're feeling steady enough for that endeavor. And then, of course, once they get to a higher level of care back on the ship and certainly back at Houston, they get a very thorough evaluation of vital signs, blood tests, all kinds of things to make sure there aren't any unforeseen health effects, and figure out the best way to get them back on their feet over the next 72 hours or so.
Can you walk us through the likely first conversations between the crew and the flight surgeons once they're on the recovery ship? I mean, what do the doctors want to know right away?
Yeah, well, in this type of mission, the doctors and the crew have been in contact throughout the mission. So hopefully nothing really unexpected shows up. But, if we look back to 2024 and the Crew 8 mission, things were going great. And then when they got the crew out onto the ship, they found that one of the crew members wasn't doing so well. And so the first conversation is kind of a basic medical evaluation that you might get if you go see your doctor or go to the emergency department and see me, is just kind of a quick head to toe, listening to the lungs, making sure there isn't anything that has changed since they last checked in.
And right now you're watching those naval crews working to pull those Artemis II astronauts out from the Orion capsule. We do know that each member will get their own air rescue vest. They'll put that on and essentially be strapped in before they get pulled up by that helicopter on their way to the USS John P. Murtha. We do know that front porch is deployed. This is a shot of mission control that you're seeing right now. And we are seeing right now a mission that is very positive. No issues right now. Dr. Arian Anderson, I want to ask you this question. You just returned from the Mars Desert Research Station and exploring how to survive on Mars. How does the crew's recovery from this mission fit into future Mars missions?
Well, I mean, awesome. Thank you for asking. Awesome question. I think everybody watching can see what a production this is, to safely recover the crew. There's dozens of people, in the water, on the boats. There's multiple helicopters. We're flying people to multiple layers of care. And all of that is critically important to making sure they're recovered safely. But as we look towards the moon and we look towards Mars, right, crews are going to have to do some of these things on their own. And certainly they did it on Apollo, but Mars mission is a completely different beast where, crews are going to have to land and then get themselves out of the vehicle, do all of these safety checks, check themselves out for their own health. And then maybe set up things like equipment or rovers or bases. And so the scale of challenges is exponential. And that's really the value of this program. The Artemis program is taking the first big step to working out these types of challenges and making sure that we're successful at each stage.
Dr. Arian Anderson, thank you very much for that perspective. Right now, ABC News' Trevor Ault is at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, we're looking at ground control. Flight control actually joined ground control over there at the Johnson Space Center. They're forming a massive party, obviously a celebratory one. And where you are right now, I can only imagine how celebratory things feel. As you're watching right now, the naval crews have put on that stabilization collar. They have that front porch ready to pull out the members of the Artemis II crew. What are you hearing? What are you feeling? What are you seeing right now at that watch party as we're closer and closer to seeing the faces of those Artemis II crew members?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm hearing, and it's a lot less talking, as it clearly is approaching the moment where we're going to start to see these astronauts exit that spacecraft here. There are people who have been waiting for hours to see this exact moment here, and now, as it is just about to cross that final threshold, a lot of the chatter has died down, and I would expect, now we're probably going to, of course, in our coverage, show you that exact moment, but what you're going to hear is the cheering in our audience, and that's about to happen pretty pretty soon.
Yeah, Trevor, hold on one second. We are about to see now, maybe, hopefully, one of the Artemis II crew members come out of the Orion capsule. Let's take a listen. That front porch deployed, stabilization collar deployed, fully inflated, naval crews, medics inside, awaiting the moment.
We are expecting the other crew members momentarily to be extracted.
And there she is. Christina Cook, the first member of the Artemis II crew, has stepped out of the Orion capsule.
We now have 2 crew members out.
2 crew members now out of the Orion capsule, stepping foot on Earth for the first time in almost 10 days. Moment of jubilation, moment of success, moment of mission accomplished. Trevor, I know you're still with us there. What's the crowd like?
2 crew members out, 2 to go.
You're hearing the cheers from Mission Control there as 2 crew members from the Artemis II capsule have already come out on that front porch there. Trevor Alt, he's with us at a watch party. Trevor, what's the vibe?
We're about 1 hour from sunset out in the Pacific.
I mean, it's incredible celebration here, Ike, and I would imagine as they continue to pull people out, you might actually hear a cheer coming here soon. They've been recapping 2 crew members that have been pulled out, and I would imagine as this is going to continue to unfold, we have had sustained bursts of applause, and what we know is that this is not just a sense of victory and a sense of accomplishment. This has also been a sense of profound relief. You cannot help but feel some sense of anxiety. I talked about that retired pilot who said that this re-entry was the easy part, that in his 45 years of flying, he said they've made it past the hard part already. But of course, once they made it to that 6-minute blackout and the clock was ticking down, couldn't help but check his watch over and over again. And he talked about both the relief and also that sense of inspiration. What you have here are many people who lined up at the Science Museum, many of them hours early. Far more people than the Science Museum is used to seeing. Some people arriving right from the airport, coming directly to the museum to take this all in, and they've been waiting. And that's what you're hearing.
That's right. And over again now. You do know that we are standing by for Reed Weissman to step out of there, Trevor. Didn't mean to cut you off, but we know Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen are all out of the Orion capsule, and we are waiting for Commander Reed Weissman to step out. Let's listen in.
I'm now standing by for Commander Reed Weissman.
Now you heard there, they are standing by for Commander Reed Weissman to step out of the Orion capsule. Victor Glover, Christina Cook, Jeremy Hansen, all out safely, still in their orange spacesuits. Those specialized spacesuits that help them survive that intense 24,000 mile per hour re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. Temperatures close to 5,000 degrees.
Reed Weissman out of the vehicle, all 4 crew members now out of integrity.
And there you have it. All 4 crew members out of integrity. Cheers abundant. The Artemis II crew back home. Mission accomplished. Thunderous applause from Mission Control, Flight Control, coming together in celebration of a job well done.
Once again, all 4 crew members now on the front porch, and the procedure to begin hoisting them up to these 2 Navy helicopters hovering overhead will begin shortly.
Those 2 Navy helicopters taking the Artemis II crew members one by one onto the USS John P. Murtha, will they then undergo more extensive medical testing. Trevor Alt still at that watch party there. Trevor, what's the mood like now that all 4 crew members have successfully left the Orion capsule?
To these
I mean, like that was possibly the loudest and longest cheer that we have seen since this whole thing began, and you cannot help be moved by the moment. People standing up, hugging one another. Of course, we have so many families, parents here in celebration at the Science Museum, and you cannot, I mean, you can't help but think about the fact that this hasn't happened in so many years. That we heard from so many people talk about how they never actually thought that they would get to experience or witness something like this happen with the American space program in their lifetime. We had young college students talk about how this was something that they thought just happened in movies. And now you see these young children taking in this moment, seeing this accomplishment, being with their families, celebrating the safe return of a remarkable feat, people going further from the Earth than ever before. And you are reminded of, or at least I can't help but be reminded of, the lessons when you're taught about space travel when you are a child, when you talk about these remarkable dreams that propelled us to explore. When you look inside the eyes of these children who are so moved by what they're seeing, who maybe don't even fully comprehend what actually has occurred here, but they see integrity flying in, the parachutes lighting up, the crowd response as each member, each astronaut steps out into safety. You can see that spark in inspiration, that same spark that inspired all of the people who witnessed those first space launches. That 86-year-old I talked to, the retired pilot, said this felt exactly like it felt watching those original launches on the tiny, grainy, black and white TV going back 60 plus years ago. That something like this, all these years later, can still bottle up that feeling that not a lot of Americans admittedly have been feeling in quite some time, is an astounding achievement. That all of these people can be moved by something like this, by the achievements of some of our smartest minds and some of our bravest scientists going up into space. It is a profoundly moving experience. It is something that all of these people knew would be worthwhile piling standing room into a science museum. I can't imagine that's something that is happening all that frequently, but this is something, as I've been mentioning, that a worker here said this is probably their busiest day in 20 years. And I think it's safe to say for everybody here that this day lived up to the hype, that crowd experience, and that wonder that everyone across America is witnessing right now.
You know, Trevor, from splashdown to extraction from that capsule is about an hour and 29 minutes. Just a magnificent moment. What an achievement for NASA and all the parties involved. You know, we've been watching that watch party where you are now, just seeing all the phones out, the cheering. You've spoken to so many people. Can you tell me one conversation that essentially encapsulates the feeling that we're all experiencing right now that you've had?
Yeah, I mean, there were so many that I've been telling you about. One just recently, though, was with a woman and her young niece. A woman's sister was out of town, so she took her niece. She showed up wearing scrubs. She came here directly from work because she wanted to bring her niece here to experience something like this. This woman wearing scrubs, she works at a hospital, is a person of science, believes in that kind of growth and investigation, hypothesis, conclusion, that kind of thing. Wanted her niece to get to experience it too. They got here, and it was already basically filled to the brim, so they were turning people away at the Science Museum. So that woman in her scrubs with her niece didn't want to be turned away, so she went online and she purchased a membership to this museum and all the memberships around, where you get free entry along with your membership. You have to pay a lot more than the ticket for just today, but she knew it was that important. And we got to watch here, we've got the direct view of the screen, and we got to watch this woman and her niece. He's probably 7 or 8 years old, and waited patiently for hours, and then you got to just see the look on her face, hearing the noise and the crowd. And then when I asked her, what did you think of it? She said 4 times in a row, it was just so cool. I can't believe it, it was just so cool, over and over again. And we watched that happen, family, 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 family. People from all over the place, people who were in San Diego from out of town, people who were not American that are visiting here. This is something where you're talking about extraterrestrial travel. It's something that every human being, I think, has something inside them that yearns to go explore. We watched people explore today and come back home safely. There simply is no substitute for that,
All right, Trevor Ault, thank you for that perspective. Again, you are watching a mission that has officially been declared over. Mission Control declaring this mission over. 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, coming together for a successful mission. I'm Micah Jacci in New York. Thank you to those who joined us from National Geographic. That completes our special coverage. For those watching on ABC News Live, I'll have more coverage ahead of the historic mission, plus the other top stories of the day on ABC News Live Prime. Up next, stay with us. Good evening, everyone. I'm Micah Jacci, in for Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're going to begin with the awe-inspiring grand finale to NASA's historic Artemis II mission. The 4 astronauts emerging safely from their space capsule, mission specialist Christina Cook, followed by pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, and finally Commander Reed Wiseman. After the capsule deployed multiple parachutes, slowing it down for a picture-perfect splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Southern California.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
About 30 minutes before, from space, that timed separation of the capsule from the service module. Then, the Orion capsule re-entering Earth's atmosphere, barreling forth at speeds of up to 25,000 miles per hour. And a last look at Earth before going into a communications blackout period with the crew. Those 13 minutes, one of the most dangerous parts of the mission, as temperatures reached 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and finally re-establishing communication with the astronauts.
Check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
The 4 astronauts launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on a 10-day lunar flyby mission, the first mission to the moon in 50 years, traveling farther than any person has gone before at over approximately 250,000 miles. The Artemis crew documenting stunning images of the moon, including parts of the far side no human eyes have seen before. This mission, part of NASA's future plans to establish a moon base on our celestial neighbor. The crew will now undergo post-mission medical evaluations on board the USS Mertha. Now, we go to ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, you have a front row seat to witnessing history. What's the mood there?
I mean, it's been incredible for hours here, like watching all of this play out, the celebration, the relief, hearing an astounding cheer from this crowd as they held their breath, just as everyone across America and across the world did, as we watched Integrity make its re-entry back here onto Earth. And we know that this was a moment that so many people had been looking forward to for many years. We had people as old as 86, a retired pilot who said he was inspired by watching the original space launches, and he said he felt the exact same way watching this one as he did watching those original launches all those years ago, and he felt that same sense of inspiration. He said it made him want to fly again. At the same time, we saw so many children so profoundly moved by what they are seeing. Behind me here, this is Charlotte. Charlotte here watched this. She said it was amazing. Charlotte's grandfather worked for NASA. Her mom's dad, right there. There they are. So many families here lining up in the Science Museum. A worker here for the museum, when I was talking to him, I was like, this is probably going to be the biggest day of the year, right? And he said, I think this is the biggest day that we've had in 20 years. And we watched, of course, the clock ticking down. People nervous, of course. How could you not? That retired pilot checking his pilot's watch over and over again every 10 seconds, making sure that time was passing and that we were eventually going to get to the safe landing that we achieved. This was something that, as some college students that I talked to said, they previously thought this was something that only happened in movies. It played out as if we were kind of watching one, and the crowd cheered and erupted in a way that you would see in a movie. What I heard from everyone that I talked to is that this felt like something that a previous America would do. That is something that we remember, that our history books told us that we would do. The documentary showed us that we used to do. We got to see people witness something, feel something that they had never felt before. It was very obvious how moved they were, how touched they were, and also how proud they are, not just of what we have achieved, but at what they believe we can continue to accomplish. And as we heard from NASA, that this is just the next chapter in our interterrestrial travel, we know that they have the support of the people of the United States, the belief that we can continue to accomplish these amazing things. And it was remarkable to watch all of that excitement, all of that relief, and all of that wonder on young children all the way up through their grandparents' height.
Trevor, what were the emotions like during the period when communications were lost?
Well, I think the most noteworthy thing is that it would be very loud, and then when communications dropped, the volume dropped down a lot. And it was a lot of people not really moving, watching extremely carefully. And it was interesting because we were, of course, broadcasting, and I could hear the feed from what we were doing and NASA's announcements. And in here, they were about 15 seconds behind. So I would hear the announcement, okay, we're in that 6-minute blackout. Okay, we've reestablished communications. And then 15 seconds later, they would announce it through here. You would get a brief roar, and then it would calm back down because they knew they weren't quite out of the woods just yet. It was a lot of roller coaster ride. And then finally, once we got that splashdown, and there was that beacon that had been activated, and they knew that it appeared that they were going to be safe, it was an extended period, the likes of which that you would only get if it were accomplishing a championship, something like that. And then people, of course, waited. They were in celebration, making conversation, and then as we waited for the capsule to come back open, it was a similar thing. The volume dropped, and then it was that profound sense of relief. I think it's something where they know inherently going up to space and coming back down is a dangerous thing, but it is something that they all believe to be necessary. You got to accomplish, and you got to witness people doing things that have never been done by human beings before, pushing things beyond barriers that would have thought could have ever been achieved. And I think that there was that human pride, that American pride, and of course just that constant sense of support, and also the belief that we can do much more. And what I think is maybe the most moving thing that I got to witness, like, is seeing the 86-year-old who said he was inspired to fly, to become an engineer and to learn to fly because of what he saw going back to the 1950s and the 1960s. And I would guarantee that there were children who were here today, and there are children all across America who witnessed what we just watched, and they too have been moved to pursue some kind of groundbreaking career in the sciences because we decided to do what we just did.
All right. Trevor Ault, thank you for that perspective. And if you want to just take a look at your screen right now, you can see those 4 Artemis II astronauts safely on that front porch with those Navy divers, and the helicopter above waiting to hoist one of those members up to safely get them back to the USS John P. Murtha. You can take a look at that daring mission right now as it's happening right in front of your face. Let's bring in Gio Benitez. Gio, what a moment. I mean, just take a look at this right now. The helicopter grabbing one of those Artemis II crew members right on there so they can get them further into safety. I mean, what a moment.
Absolutely striking. I mean, just imagine you go from zero gravity, you go through the incredible G-force that you're feeling as you're falling down, and then you feel Earth's gravity, and then you're bobbing in the water for almost 2 hours, and now you're flying in the air in this helicopter. It's absolutely remarkable to see what has happened. I'm thinking about what must they be feeling at this moment, right? Because obviously the body changes. I was speaking with Susan Kilrain, one of our consultants here at ABC News, who's an astronaut, who's a former astronaut, and she was telling me all about what she was feeling when she landed and how it took several days to recover from that. And she didn't have to deal with landing in the water like this. So it's pretty remarkable to see this. But I think what's most remarkable is that now 10 days into this mission, we have a mission that from beginning to end was really picture perfect. From everything we can see, there were protocols they had in place that they thought they would need to use. They didn't need to use them on this mission. That's how well it went. Orion operated really well. I think the biggest delay we saw was actually once we ended up back here on Earth, right, and we had to get that, so-called front porch installed, which is that inflatable. So, Earth has its little issues once you get here.
Right. We do know this helicopter working on getting those Artemis II crew members one by one. We do know that communications right now from the boat and the people people in the helicopter, they're going on intermittently right now as we speak. Now, as you said, Gio, it was expected. It took some time, almost 2 hours from when they splashed down and until when that hatch opened up and those members started to come out. We knew it was going to happen, but why did it take so long?
Well, I mean, look, this is really the first time they're doing this, right? This is not something you had to even do even during the Apollo missions. You didn't have this same sort of front porch system. This was like a new way of doing it. With the SpaceX capsules, when they come down, they don't have that sort of system either. So this is kind of a new system that they were putting in place here. And these divers were also dealing with the actual waters, right? We have waves. From up above, you don't see too many waves. From down there, for sure, these waters are wavy because this is out far into the ocean. And so, no doubt about it, they're dealing with all of those elements. But they did it. At the end of the day. And, you know, they ultimately did pretty much meet their deadline because they were giving themselves a good 2 hours to do all of this. And they did sort of meet that deadline.
Right. We do know the second helicopter has just taken away the second astronaut. This, what you're watching right now, is the third helicopter waiting to pull up the third astronaut. Let's take a listen in.
Helicopter 1 again hovering 40 feet over the front porch. We will soon see another recovery specialist getting lowered onto the front porch. Wow, imagine sitting on that front porch, the wind, the water. But again, the recovery team determined that a helicopter flight back to the ship here would be safer, faster, and more comfortable for our crew who just completed a 10-day mission around the moon. Third astronaut in the air, getting hoisted quickly back into the first helicopter now. That first helicopter now on its way back to the ship here. We will soon see it land in just a few minutes. Again, all this action happening just 3,000 yards.
All right, Gio, thank you for that. Joining us now, KTRK's Nick Notario at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Nick, you're seeing the video right now. We got that third helicopter coming in there to rescue that third Artemis II crew member, actually hoist them up to get them to the USS John P. Murtha. Now that the astronauts have returned, tell us what the teams in mission control were doing during reentry.
Well, while they were coming in, they were closely monitoring. They could see everything on the screens in front of them. They have access to more visuals and audio that we necessarily have on our feed to make sure that they're coming in safely. But I can tell you, once they got on the ground, it was a totally different ball game. They were watching as they were waiting for the astronauts to come out of the capsule, and we were watching the feed. And when you saw the astronauts, it wasn't just the people celebrating with Trevor at the museum there. You could hear Mission Control just downright lose it. And why not? They've been working incredibly hard over the last 10 days to make sure that that moment happened. And it wasn't just in Mission Control. Here at Johnson Space Center, they actually have a large splashdown party not too far from where we're at right now. They have food trucks, they have big screens. They have about 1,000 employees out there watching this all happen. And there was several loud, just excitement from the crowd from when they regained transmission communication with the crew, to splashdown, to pulling the astronauts out one by one. Now we're just waiting to hear from Mission Control. They're going to be heading out here, giving us an update, and we can't wait to hear how it all went down. Ike?
All right. Nick, thank you very much. Thank you. Joining us now is a retired NASA, I'm going to have Susan Kilrain here, actually. Susan, thank you for joining me. You just watched exactly what we saw, the splashdown, the crew members getting out. Just tell me your emotions seeing the success of this mission.
That really completes the mission. Seeing that they're healthy, seeing them with our own eyes, that's what the families are looking forward to, is actually seeing their loved ones. Everything went beautifully, but until they actually see them, it doesn't hit home quite as much. And so now they're just looking forward to them getting back home to Houston. And
they've been at this for almost 10 days now. Mm-hmm. They're back home now, obviously not necessarily, solid ground, but they're on Earth ground, let's say, right? On being on the water, per se. So what do you think is going through their minds, through their hearts right now?
For the astronauts, I know for me, after I got back from being in space, I was looking forward to a good shower, some food that didn't come in a pouch that we rehydrated, and seeing my loved ones. I mean, that's really the three things that you miss when you're in space. So that's what yes, they are so excited that the mission went well, but now they're focused on the comfort items.
All right, right now, the first helicopter is arrived on the boat, the USS Mertha. We do know that Victor Glover and Christina Cook are the two astronauts who are on that. We are still waiting for Jeremy Hansen, the Canadian, and Commander Reed Weissman to join them on the USS Mertha. Gio, thank you for being back with us. Just seeing them finally get on solid ground now, what do you think that means to them?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about this entire journey that they've been on, because they have been on this incredible journey, making history together, but also showing the world how humanity can come together. I mean, from the very beginning, when I spoke with Victor Glover, and I asked him, I said, you know, there's so much division in this world. What is it that you see when you look down on planet Earth? And he said, I saw one humanity. That's what I see. I see one humanity. So I think what's remarkable is they're going to have some time to actually reflect on everything they've just witnessed, everything they've been through together. I mean, imagine being in those tight quarters for 10 days.
Yeah.
That's remarkable. I mean, Susan, you were on the shuttle, so that was a much bigger space, right?
Right. We had all the space in the world because we had a laboratory even. So it was very roomy in there. Even though there were 7 astronauts, we had plenty of space.
And so this one, they were in these tight quarters. We even had some plumbing issues.
Yeah.
Christina Cook told me that she was the plumber who was fixing the toilet that famously broke a couple of times there in space. But it's remarkable because I've been inside the Orion capsule, and it's not a very big space. But I think that for them, they're going to be reflecting on what it is that they just went through. But I think most importantly, they're going to be hugging that family.
Oh, I'm sure.
They're going to be hugging their families and holding them close.
Take a look. The second helicopter landing on the USS John P. Mertha. All 4 astronauts are now officially on solid ground. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, all there on solid ground where they will eventually go through even more medical checkups. Just a phenomenal moment right now. Susan, I want to talk to you real quick. They've gone through everything. They've gone through weightlessness for days. They've gone through intense speeds getting back into the Earth's atmosphere. They've gone through a splashdown where I'm sure they felt something. And now rocky waters. I mean, those speeds, 4 Gs on the body, so much happened to these astronauts on their way back in there. What do you think they're feeling right now in terms of a physical standpoint?
I think it's a combination of they're feeling elated and they're feeling exhausted. And, you know, you can't underestimate that not only have they worked hard for the past almost 10 days, they've been sleeping in weightlessness, which, you know, you may fall asleep well and it may be decent sleep, but they're not getting enough sleep. And they're working, their brains are working hard. And even though all they're doing is floating, it uses all your muscles in your body to get anything done. So they're exhausted. They're going to get a really good night's sleep after they can come down from the high of what just happened.
I always imagined the weightlessness to be really amazing sleep. It's not?
It's a combination of amazing sleep and then not amazing sleep. It's a combination of the two. You like sleeping in your bed at home. You know, if you're on a long duration flight, you can totally get used to it, like, you know, and then you have trouble adjusting back to sleeping in a bed. But we like feeling something against our body when we sleep. And so it takes a while to get used to that.
Definitely some time, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Micah Giacchi in for Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're going to begin with the awe-inspiring grand finale to NASA's historic Artemis II mission. The 4 astronauts emerging safely from their space capsule, mission specialist Christina Cook, followed by pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, and finally Commander Reed Wiseman, after the capsule deployed multiple parachutes, slowing it down for a picture-perfect splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Southern California.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
About 30 minutes before, from space, that time separation of the capsule from the service module, then the Orion capsule re-entering Earth's atmosphere, barreling forth at speeds of up to 25,000 miles per hour. And a last look at Earth before going into a communications blackout period with the crew. Those 13 minutes are one of the most dangerous parts of the mission, as temperatures reached 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and finally re-establishing communication with the astronauts.
Check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
The 4 astronauts launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on a 10-day lunar flyby mission, the first mission to the moon in 50 years, traveling farther than any person has gone before at over approximately 250,000 miles. The Artemis crew documenting stunning images of the moon, including parts of the far side no human eyes have seen before. This mission, part of NASA's future plans to establish a moon base on our celestial neighbor. The crew will now undergo post-mission medical evaluations on board the USS Mirtha. Let's bring in Gio Benitez. Gio, what a moment to see that capsule open and those 4 astronauts finally emerge.
And I was so grateful to have an astronaut by my side watching it as well, because this was just so incredible to see this. First of all, this new front porch design, which is this inflatable raft where you saw so many people on there making sure that they were safe. They had a medical team going in there, checking them out first to make sure that they were okay, and they were. And then they ended up bringing them out and ultimately lifting them up into the helicopter. It was remarkable to see them flying through the air as if they didn't have enough epic 007 moments. This was yet another.
And Susan, what an incredible 10-day mission they had, just going through so much. What do you think's on their minds right now?
It was a picture-perfect mission. I mean, yes, the toilet maybe failed and maybe the temperature wasn't perfect, but it was a picture-perfect mission. And so they have all of that to reflect on. But right now, it's more about the comfort things. They want a good shower, some good food, and they want to see their loved ones.
Of course. And Gio, it was expected, but it took almost 2 hours from splashdown to essentially see the Artemis crew come out of that space capsule. Why did it take so long?
Well, as you can imagine, this is something that you had. Obviously, you're in waters, right? And these waters, you just don't know what's going to happen. You had these divers working very hard all around it. There was a lot of coordination that had to take place. So we're going to be looking at that review, and they're going to look at what it was that happened. But this was really the first time that they were really doing this in real life, right? You practice, you find different ways to practice, but obviously, the best training is what happens in the moment. And so they still sort of met those deadlines that they were looking at. They always gave themselves about 2 hours to get everybody out because you wanted to take your time. Yes, you wanted to get them on the ship as quickly as possible, but you wanted to take your time because, as Susan has been saying, every moment matters here, that every moment really can be dangerous. Anything can happen, right? And so in this case, you wanted to make sure just that was still floating and that it was still upright and that water wasn't getting into the hatch. There were so many things that were complicated even when it was back on Earth.
And let's take a look at our screen right now. The helicopter's powered down and pilot Victor Glover clapping his hands, feet on solid ground, coming out of that helicopter and essentially thanking everybody. What an unbelievable moment to see these astronauts finally back on solid ground. Susan, what's your reaction to just seeing these pictures right here?
This is amazing. I mean, this brings you back to the Apollo days when the Apollo astronauts would get aboard the Navy ships and everybody was usually on board cheering for them. I mean, this is just something that hasn't happened in more than 50 years. And, I know it took a while to get them out, but think about it, they had currents to deal with. They had to get the collar around. It's not like they practice this very often, you know, to make it. You saw how many people it took in the water to get it all going, and they took their time and did it safely, and that's what's most important.
Yeah, we can also see Christina Cook smiling and waving. You can see those other members of the United States Navy essentially surrounding them, all smiles. Gio, Susan Kilrain, cannot thank you enough for your perspectives.
Thank you so much.
You got it. And now we're going to go to ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, first things first, I just want to hear what that crowd sounded like when they saw those crew members. Actually, no, hold on, not Trevor. We're going to go Nick Notario. Sorry about that. You know, it was live TV here. KTRK's Nick Notario at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Let me ask you, Nick, we're seeing the Artemis crew members finally on solid ground. What's it like there inside Mission Control?
Well, there's a lot of excitement here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and we're going to hear from flight directors and people that have made this all possible in less than a half an hour. They're getting the room set up right now to give us a briefing as to, what happened in Mission Control, how the families are doing, how the astronauts are doing, what they've been able to say and hear from them since they've come back down to Earth. You know, there's been a lot of serious faces on those in Mission Control over the last 10 days. A much different situation. They get maybe let loose when they walk out on stage. But we knew it was going well, this mission, because every time they walked out, they all had smiles. You know, it's been a good 10 days for the people here at Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center, but not just for them, for a lot of the employees. You know, there's a watch party here, and there's been a lot of excitement. Job well done for these folks. That's the way they're feeling, because some of them have spent almost 20 years making today a reality. So there's certainly a lot of excitement as they not only cheer this mission, but also, they now have to get ready for Artemis III, like a year away, and Artemis IV in less than 2 years to actually put humans back on the moon. So, it's like when, I guess, you think about when a team wins a playoff game, they celebrate that one night, and then you get ready for the next opponent. So that's what I would imagine we're going to hear from Mission Control. Yeah, they're excited, but they all know that the mission isn't over. Now they've got to get ready for these big 2 missions in the next couple of years.
And right now you can see all 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, right there on the USS John P. Murtha. They are taking their pictures, essentially capturing the moment that wowed an entire world. Nick, the astronauts' families are there. Explain what they might be doing and feeling right now.
Well, they've been in Mission Control. They're watching from the viewing gallery. It's like a theater behind Mission Control, and they've been sitting in there watching on the big screens everything go down with their loved ones. And after being in Mission Control, I imagine they'll return home for the night, and one more night without their astronaut loved ones, as they're going to be returning back to Houston at some point tomorrow. From what we're hearing, it may be afternoon, early evening, when the astronauts return back to Houston. But certainly there was some angst on them as they're watching in the gallery, but now a lot of excitement. And it was great when we saw those astronauts get pulled off of the Orion spacecraft. You could hear the cheers from Mission Control, and I was watching on the screen, and you could see the gallery behind them. They're all getting into it as well, and that's where the families were. So you sure bet they are thrilled and ecstatic, and I'm sure they can't wait to talk to them on the phone, maybe do some video chats as well as they reconnect with them now that they're here back on Earth.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is there on the Navy ship. He is hugging and consulting with those 4 Artemis II crew members, making sure they're okay. Nick, can you explain to us what comes next post-landing in Mission Control?
Yeah, so what you're seeing now is they're being brought back to that Navy ship, and they're going to be checked out in a medical unit there on the ship. Then they're going to be brought back to San Diego. And at that point, NASA has a number of studies that they're going to put them through. So they're going to be checking for looking at their bodies to see how deep space has impacted them. So they're going to put them through some obstacle courses even, where they're going to check their balance to see how well that is going, because even though it was just 10 days, from what we've been told from NASA scientists, is that they still become disoriented for a few days. So they do these balance tests to see how they're doing. So it's not just how they're doing physically, make sure that medically everything's all right, but they're trying to get them so that way they can walk and move well, because it's going to be a difficult couple of days. Then after that's done, they're going to eventually board a plane and come right here to Houston. Now they're going to come to Ellington Airport. So if you've flown to Houston before, you probably know Bush or Hobby are the two main airports, but NASA uses Ellington, which is only about 10 miles or so from the Johnson Space Center. And when they land, we're told that you're going to have a number of NASA employees there, but also the astronauts' families. As I mentioned, they're not in California. Their loved ones are right here in Houston, and we're told that they're going to be at Ellington when they get here tomorrow, and I'm sure that's going to be a sight that everyone's going to want to see, Ike.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. And right now you are watching Christina Cook walking across that deck there on the USS Mertha, and she's going right now to the medical deck to be checked out, make sure that everything is okay. We're going to right now to ABC News' Trevor Ault. He's at that watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, you have a front row seat to witnessing history. You're seeing right now those Artemis crew members safe and sound on solid ground on that USS John P. Mertha. They are coming out, taking pictures, waving, donning massive smiles on their faces. Victor Glover himself is about to walk across the ship now that we're watching. What's the mood there where you are?
Well, I can tell you that it continues to be a crowd here. They've actually kept the museum open past closing time. They said they were going to shut this down about 15 minutes ago, and they've kept it open because they continue to watch this feed. And every single time one of these astronauts stands up and has walked across, there is another cheer. And interestingly, the more the night has gone on, the more we have discovered, Ike, that of course people in general are cheering for the success of this mission, but there are also many people with personal ties. I'd mentioned family here where the grandparents worked for NASA. Actually, this man behind me clapping. So he's clapping as Victor Glover's walking across because he is Victor Glover's fraternity brother. He's here with his daughters. They're telling me facts about what they've been eating as they've been up in space. And so they alone, he's watching a guy who he grew up with as he's watching the success. But of course, you don't have to have these personal ties to feel profoundly impacted by everything that what we have seen today. The countless family members, people holding their children, their grandparents with their grandchildren, and each and every one of every age, openly moved, openly cheering and celebrating what this accomplishment has achieved, and something that so many people have not seen in so many years, if at all. We saw that at the museum, and they knew from the beginning this was going to be a very special day, that this was a much larger crowd that they have had going back decades. So here they also were seeing something that they'd never seen before, because every single person knew how important it was to take in everything that we were seeing. You hear the crowd continuing to rise up once again. That has continued to happen nonstop, every single checkpoint, from the reentry to reestablishing communications, to the beacon being lit up, to the hatch opening, every single astronaut getting off of Integrity, every single one getting onto the helicopter, getting off of the helicopter. They are profoundly grateful for the health and safety of all of these astronauts and what they have done. And of course, we know that that inspiration is going to carry over. So many people just here in San Diego, not too far from where they are on that aircraft carrier. But this is something that has moved people all across America.
All right, Trevor, thank you so much. And on your screen, you saw Commander Reed Weissman, the last member of the Artemis II crew, walk across that ship, and he's getting into the medical bay. Joining us now is astrophysicist Asa Stahl. Thank you so much for being here tonight through all of this and through this incredible, magnificent day. And like I said, this 10-day mission, it was incredible for these astronauts, Asa. What do you think is going through their minds and hearts right now?
It's almost hard to imagine. This is such a singular experience. I imagine it's some sort of mix of euphoria and honestly maybe a little bit of nausea, because that was quite the ride that they had, and they have a lot of readjusting to do to Earth's gravity. But I mean, these people just forged such a bond with each other. They seem like family up there. And so I think that they know that they're the eyes of millions of people on them, looking to them as sources of inspiration and hope. And so I imagine that they're just feeling a lot of pride, but also probably quite a bit of exhaustion if they weren't just so caught up in the sense of celebration around them. I mean, they have everyone clapping them on the back. The NASA administrator, I think that they must be full of energy in the end.
And what's that feeling like when you successfully splash down back to Earth after pulling nearly 4 Gs on the way in?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, if you've ever been driving and then had to brake suddenly, then it's kind of like that, but times 5 to 10 and for 10 minutes straight. That's what it's like to decelerate from 25,000 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. So I imagine it was quite a ride, but it's been a couple hours now since they've splashed down, so hopefully that's helped them readjust.
And NASA learns from every mission and analyzes enormous amounts of data. How does the process of getting this capsule back safely on Earth pay off scientifically?
Oh, well, gangbusters, I would say. This mission was full of science experiments, and the crew themselves were scientific subjects in a way. NASA was continuously studying them for how they react to the low gravity environment, the radiation environment up there, and the agency is going to take that data as well as data from the experiments they're about to do with these astronauts for the next few hours and few days to learn about how crews can better adjust moving forward with missions like Artemis III next year and Artemis IV the year after that to go back and land on the moon and build a sustainable presence there and maybe one day go on to Mars.
So what happened over the next week or so for those astronauts?
Well, it depends on what happens over the next few hours, how their medical checkups work out. So far, we heard from NASA that they're all green, which means that they're all looking good. But until we get those detailed medical checkups in, we won't know exactly what is in store for them. But we can say that at the very least, they're expected to go through a sort of obstacle course of sorts and do other experiments just tonight while they're fresh off of the boat, so to speak, to see how they've readjusted to Earth gravity. And then soon after that, sometime tomorrow, they'll be able to reunite with their families. And I know somewhere in between, they should be able to finally take their first shower, which I think they're all probably desperate to do.
I'm sure they are. Asa Stahl, thank you very much. And we're going to go back to Trevor Altright now. Remember, he told you that he was with a fraternity brother of Victor Glover, that fraternity Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and he's with him now. Trevor, take it away.
Yeah, we figured we would just talk to him here. Ike, incredible story, personal connection. So this is Cecil Shelton. He's got his two daughters, Cheyenne and Ava. Welcome. Thank you for taking time to talk to us. You know Victor Glover pretty well, I would imagine. Fraternity brother, correct? How does it feel getting to witness his safety and what he's accomplished?
It's a great moment of pride, not only for us as a community, but us as his brothers. To see all the things that he's accomplished and has accomplished, we just take great pride in knowing that he's taken us with us a little part of that journey around the moon and back here on Earth.
How long have you known him?
Victor's he started the chapter here, Lambda Delta Sigma chapter here in San Diego. I've been a part of that chapter 13 years now, so he's been a part of my journey ever since I became a Sigma man 13 years ago.
So they told me in my ear, so correct, I might get this wrong, but I believe the motto is culture for service, service for humanity?
Culture for service and service for humanity.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You think he's walking the walk, doing it right there?
Absolutely, through and through. That is the epitome of a Phi Beta Sigma man that we can all follow and emulate.
How long has he been working towards this?
It's been his dream. Actually, it wasn't his original dream. As you know, he started off just wanting to be a Navy SEAL. And so it was his dad who actually pushed him to go and to be a fighter pilot and told him you could be an astronaut one day and listen to your parents.
Astronaut's pretty good backup plan.
Astronaut's pretty good backup.
Yeah,
plan,
no doubt about
absolutely.
it. What were those moments like in the 6-minute gap when you couldn't communicate and then waiting for the hatch to open?
The whole time has been a little bit anxious. You've been worried about their safety and their health because it's just a journey that has been done before, but with this technology, we're just so proud that the people that have been a part of this journey have got him there and got him safely. So anxious until that splashdown happened, knowing that they were back on Earth safe.
But it seems like the kind of guy that you'd have a lot of faith in.
Basically, pretty much. He was a pilot, so we know that if anything was going to happen, he was going to get him back on Earth safely.
Cheyenne, I know you were watching everything that was happening pretty closely. You were telling me about some space facts. How was it watching them re-enter and come back to Earth?
Good.
What was your favorite part of the whole thing?
Seeing the rocket.
Yeah, I agree. Ava, how about you? How do you like this past week with Artemis and getting to watch them come back safely?
Knowing that my dad knows the person who was on the space shuttle.
Yeah, pretty amazing, right? Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Were you cheering with the crowd? Yeah.
How are you feeling moving forward, seeing your daughters get to be inspired, not just by incredible space accomplishment, but by somebody that you know in real life?
I think it opens up their eyes, their mind to the environment of STEM. They've always been excited about it, but to know that there's an even closer connection, I just hope that it, sparks something in them, so I can let them know that you can travel to the moon and beyond.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's a very proud moment.
I would imagine there's a lot of young girls, young boys that are inspired by what your buddy just accomplished here. So we really appreciate your time, Cheyenne, Ava. Thank you very much. Very nice to talk to you. You're scared to go to the moon? Good. You don't have to. I promise. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. There are obviously some inspiration. We're not quite sending children to the moon yet, Ike, but very happy people, families just like this one, celebrating all day here in San Diego.
Thank you, Trevor. Tell her she can stay right here on Earth. Trevor Hall, thanks a lot. Now, the Artemis crew can expect to be monitored in the immediate days and weeks to come to see the impact that their time in space has had on them physically. Joining us now to discuss the medical side of spaceflight is Dr. Orion Anderson, Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at the University of Colorado. Doctor, thank you for joining me. And I also want to say that you also spent years at NASA studying human health during Moon and Mars missions. Again, I'm loving your expertise, and thank you for joining me. Now, can you walk us through what has been happening since splashdown to safely bring them out of the capsule and into the open air for the first time?
Yeah, I mean, there's a series of checks that are going on. It starts with just kind of over the comms, over the radio, making sure that they're feeling okay. Then checking them out with the kind of advanced recovery team who made their way into the capsule, getting them out of their seats and then onto that porch that we saw, making sure that they're ready for the rocking of the ocean and then getting hoisted up by the helicopters. I agree with you all that it's been kind of a rowdy 2 hours for them, coming back into the atmosphere and then being in the ocean and then in the air and then now on a boat. And then now they're getting kind of a full medical evaluation from the NASA flight surgeons who are all incredible. They've worked closely with the astronaut corps and these specific astronauts in anticipation of this moment, checking in with them, seeing what their needs are, and then, collecting data. These astronauts are not only like some of the best of us, but they also are part of the science that we are learning from these missions.
And what changes will the astronauts be going through physiologically, having just returned from space?
Yeah, certainly. I don't know. Maybe I was watching a little bit more closely, but certainly as they walk across the boat, you'll see them, especially when they turn their heads and try to walk straight, they kind of will veer off to one side or the other, and that's because their vestibular system, kind of in their inner ears, which helps you balance and do coordinated activities, is kind of trying to readjust to gravity. So they'll certainly feel a little bit unsteady. The veteran flyers might feel better than the first-time flyer, Jeremy Hansen. And then, of course, they're going to try to rehydrate, get some great nutrition, get some great sleep. And then they have teams of folks around them over the next couple of days that are going to get them back in fighting shape, get them strong, healthy, and back to where they were before they launched.
Now, what steps will they take to help? I know you just mentioned this, but can you go further into how they can essentially readapt to Earth?
Yeah, so there's the whole teams at NASA, and I think this mission kind of highlights that it takes huge numbers of people to pull off these complex missions. But there's whole teams at NASA that are dedicated to the health of the astronauts, and each person individually. I often joke they're almost like professional athletes with the amount of people that care about every aspect of their body, their happiness, their health, all of that stuff. And so, in the near term, it's going to be kind of a standard checkup. Certainly, they're collecting data, that part of the standard measures research. And then they're going to do this obstacle course that people keep mentioning to kind of see how their balance is now that they are back on Earth. Those are more from like a health and scientific perspective. And then the rehabilitation starts aggressively tomorrow. It might be strength training, it might be balance stuff. Sometimes it's kind of coordination activity, certainly getting them back to doing cardio and stuff like that. And they practiced, the teams at NASA have practiced this over and over and over. And so they've really kind of perfected the art of getting our astronauts healthy again.
All right, Dr. Orion Anderson, thank you so much for your expertise. All right now we're going to move on to the fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump issuing new threats to Iran ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes peace talks in Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance will be leading those talks as gas prices and inflation rise right here in the U.S. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest.
Tonight, President Trump closely monitoring the ceasefire on the eve of the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran.
What would a good deal look like for you?
No nuclear weapons.
Tonight, the Iranian delegation arriving in Islamabad, which is hosting the negotiations. Vice President J.D. Vance on his way there.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
Iran has already failed to comply with the president's main condition for the ceasefire, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 4 days after the ceasefire was announced, only 2 ships today moving through the waterway. Trump posting Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. Iran accuses the U.S. of going back on its promise to get Israel to stop attacking Iran-backed Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Trump says that was never part of the deal. And tonight, Iran adding a new condition, saying the U.S. must release Iran's blocked assets before negotiations begin. But it's unclear what that means. The president posting, the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Here at home, the war's toll mounting. Inflation surging 3.3%, a 2-year high. Much of it driven by a 21% increase in gas prices, the largest one-month increase since 1967. The average price of a gallon of gas now $4.12. Among the hardest hit, farmers like Ben Smith in Bealton, Virginia, who tells our Elizabeth Schulze he's now grappling with soaring costs for diesel and fertilizer.
So you're talking more than $100,000 in extra costs because of what we're seeing with the supply chain and the war.
That's right. We didn't see this one coming. We weren't prepared.
Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, the president monitoring these talks, but also reacting to the First Lady's statement about Jeffrey Epstein. What's he saying?
Yeah, I guess he keeps one eye closely on these talks. The president is reacting to that astonishing statement from the First Lady yesterday about sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Melania Trump insisting that she was not friends with Epstein and that he didn't introduce her to her husband. The president tonight telling the New York Times he didn't know what the First Lady was going to say, but that she, quote, had a right to talk about it. The president says, I didn't recommend it, but I said I let it be her. I said, if you want to do it. The First Lady is demanding that Epstein's victims be allowed to testify before Congress. Like, no word on what the president thinks about that.
All right, Mary Bruce, thank you.
Thank you.
The husband of an American woman, Lynette Hooker, who went missing in the Bahamas, will remain in police custody after being questioned. Brian Hooker told investigators Lynette fell from their boat and was swept away. Police questioned him for 3 hours today and have requested more time to decide whether or not to charge him with the crime as he remains in custody. Authorities have until 7:20 p.m. Eastern on Monday to make that decision. And according to OpenAI, a suspect was arrested today after throwing a Molotov cocktail at OpenAI CEO Sam Altman's San Francisco home. The incident occurred around 4 a.m. at the gate of the house, which sparked a fire on an exterior gate. The suspect then fled on foot. Police responded to OpenAI's headquarters an hour later at 5 a.m., where a man was allegedly threatening to burn down the building. The 20-year-old suspect was arrested and charges are still pending. And that's our show for this hour. I'm Mike Ajachi. Stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks for streaming with us.
My
mom survived a serial killer and literally lived to tell the tale.
This is the story of a serial killer who hunted his prey.
People are so unpredictable, and that's what's scary.
He had this insatiable appetite to hurt women.
My mom lived in fear, but she's very lucky that she survived it.
The damage is immeasurable. The question is, could there be more victims out there?
Terror on the Trails, now streaming on Disney Plus and Hulu.
All you gotta do is go, what's up?
What's that?
Go practice.
Do not ask me how much longer.
How much longer, mamacita?
Bambi?
What do we do? No more sad sack. Full-on fun sack.
That's what I'm talking about.
Traveling with the president in Abu Dhabi, I'm Karen Travers. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Munn, thank you so much for joining us for the conversation. Really appreciate it.
Oh, I'm so happy that you asked me to be a part of this.
So you recently said life happens on a Tuesday. Give us a sense of what you mean by that.
My grandmother, who I was very close with when I was in college, passed away just in like a random day in the middle of the week. And it just stayed with me for so long, thinking about how that was the most important day of my life to date. You know, I was 21, and I just kept thinking about, like, we make these big plans for New Year's and birthdays and Christmas, and I can maybe remember one or two of them, but that day I remember so clear. And that's when I realized that life happens on a Tuesday. Like, some of the biggest moments in your life just happen. And it was something that really came flooding back to me when I was diagnosed with breast cancer, because it was on a random Monday. Like, it was a sunny day. It wasn't ominous like it's seen in the movies, the scary days where it's thunder and lightning. It was really a beautiful day in LA, and I thought I was on my way home after a long day of running errands, thought nothing of it, and then that day changed my life, and it's a day I'll never forget. And so telling myself that life happens on a Tuesday keeps me present and keeps me appreciative of how lucky we are, because anything can change in an instant, and that's what happened with me.
You mentioned that day, so it was April 2023, you're 42 years old, your son is 2 years old at the time, and I know you've told this story countless times, but for those viewers who are not familiar, tell us about how that all came to be, because you had no symptoms, and you had taken all the tests as you're supposed to, and you were in the clear, so you thought.
Yeah, I did everything that we as women are told to do. Mammogram, ultrasound, genetic testing, everything came back clear. But my doctor, Dr. Thais Alibadi, did something called the Lifetime Risk Assessment Test. It's a free online test. It takes minutes to take, and it's been around for a very long time. But a lot of doctors don't ask their patients about it and what their score is. And anything above 20% is considered high risk. And I came back at 37.3%. She told me I had to get an MRI, which I thought felt a little extreme since I had already been clear on everything else. And she said, it's important that I go. And that day I did the MRI, not that day, like the day I did the MRI, I got a call from the radiologist, and he said, I found something in your right breast, and I think you should get an ultrasound. So then I go get an ultrasound, and the doctor's taking a while, and that's never a good sign. And I'm like, is it cancer? What are you seeing? And she goes, well, I see the one from the MRI, but now I'm finding two more. And then she explained to me that women's breasts are thought of in quadrants, like you put a cross right through it. And it's not abnormal to have two in one quadrant, which would be multifocal, but now she's seeing them in multi-quadrants. So she said, you need to get a biopsy. And I went to get the biopsy, and then it came back as luminal B, which is a hormonal cancer, and it's a fast-growing, very aggressive cancer. And my doctor said, I'm going to guarantee it's on the left breast too. And then other doctors said, like, that's crazy. Like, it's bilateral is extreme. And I said, but isn't multi-quadrant very unusual? And they said, well, yeah, let's go back to your MRI. And sure enough, they found breast cancer on my left breast as well. So then I was diagnosed with multifocal, multi-quadrant bilateral breast cancer. And at that stage, it was important that I do a double mastectomy if I wanted to mitigate my risk of it coming back. And so then I was off to the races, and to date I've had 5 surgeries.
I want to go back to that lifetime risk assessment test. The National Cancer Society, as you know, has credited you with an uptick of 4,000% increase in women getting that test. What made you decide to speak so publicly about your own journey, and in doing so, help so many others?
When I was diagnosed, I told my husband, we don't tell anyone. We're not telling our friends, we're not telling our family. And it's not that I was ashamed, it's because I couldn't deal with other people's worry. You know, I couldn't deal with my mom calling me, and I also didn't want to hear everybody else's opinions about it. I really didn't want to hear people say, in a comforting way, I call it bright-siding the situation, where they say, you know, you're going to be fine. You're going to, you know what, you're going to be fine. And that's what a lot of people did when we eventually told our friends and family. I didn't want to hear that because it diminishes the fear. And I'm like, you're not in my situation, so you really don't know what's going to happen. But I saw my husband struggling with it, and I realized that he needs some comfort too, and he needs to have people that he can talk to. So I said, let's tell our friends and family. But at that point, I still wasn't going to talk about it publicly. And then one day I was going through my phone, and I was looking at pictures of my son and I, and there was this one of us in the front yard playing, and I had just had my mammogram, and it was clear. And I went, oh my gosh, I had breast cancer, and I didn't know it. And then I started thinking about all of the other women who were walking around thinking that they are clear and have no breast cancer, but have breast cancer just like me. And at that moment, I realized that I needed to talk about it, because what I was offering from my experience was something that was free, that everyone could take. It doesn't take much of your time, it's 5 minutes. And where a lot of other
Flight Director, Howard Hugh, Orion Program Manager, and Sean Quinn, Exploration Ground Systems Program Manager. We'll hear briefly from them and then take questions from here in the room and on the phone. And with that, we'll start with Amit.
Good evening. Yesterday when we were in this room, we told you that the crew would put their lives behind our confidence, and they did. Yesterday in this room, we told you that today belongs to the engineers and technicians who touched this machine, and it does, and their work was good. Welders at Michoud shaped the heat shield and joined the rocket. Technicians at Kennedy packed parachutes, stacked the vehicle, stacked Orion, stacked SLS. Engineers in Bremen, Torino, and across the Alliance built the service module. Workers at Utah cast the boosters. Teams at Stennis fired the engines. Flight controllers in this building in Houston sat console for 10 days straight and sat silent in the night for 6 minutes while plasma took the signal. Navy divers pulled the crew out of the Pacific in an incredible way. The vehicle spoke for all of them, and at 25,000 feet per second, it said the work was good. As we say in our business, physics votes last. The families of the crew said this week there had been happiness and joy, but also anxiety, wanting to get their loved ones home safely. I was with them tonight. 4 families sat through those 6 minutes, and their courage is the same as the crew that just came home. Yesterday, Flight Director Jeff Radigan said we had less than a degree of an angle to hit after 250,000 miles to the moon. And their team hit it. That is not luck. That is 1,000 people doing their jobs. You all heard the crew's words during the mission. They were incredibly inspirational. They carried the torch from Apollo through station and around the far side of the moon. Their words belong to them. We'll get to hear from them as soon as they're back here. But tonight belongs to the team that built the machine that they rode. We talk a lot about what gets in our way. The impediment to action is where we find the way to get to action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This program faced every obstacle an institution could face. The team met each one with work, and tonight is the proof. But that work needs to continue. The path to the lunar surface is open, but the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. It always will be. 53 years ago, humanity left the moon. This time we return to stay. Let us finish what they started. Let us focus on what was left undone. Let us not go to plant flags and leave, but to stay. With firmness in our purpose, with gratitude for the hands who built the machines, and with love for the ones that we carry with us. Welcome home, integrity. I'll hand it over to Dr. Glaze.
Thank you so much, Amit. So y'all, we did it. We sent 4 amazing people to the moon and safely returned them to Earth for the first time in more than 50 years. To the generation that now knows what we're capable of, welcome to our moonshot. I want to thank our entire team across this nation and around the world who gave every ounce of ingenuity and effort to make. I am so proud of each and every one of you, what you have achieved over the last 10 days. NASA has shown that ambitious goals are worth pursuing and can inspire the world. We are so thrilled to have Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy back here on Earth and safely aboard the USS John P. Murtha. Our team is fired up, and this mission, as we've been talking about, is just the beginning. To all of our new followers out there, please stay tuned. This is the first mission, our first mission to the moon, of many more to come. And we can't wait. Our teams are so ready to get to work on the next missions and explore the lunar surface and bring the world along with us. I'll pass it over to Rick.
Thank you, Lori. Thank you all for your continued interest in this mission. What a truly spectacular day it was for NASA and all of our international partners. This crew has said time and again that they were going for all of humanity, and today we fulfilled that objective by completing their journey and returning them safely to Earth. I've got a few stats for those who are interested, courtesy of the Flight Dynamics Officer in Mission Control. Integrity and her crew of 4 astronauts flew 700,237 miles. We reached a peak velocity of 24,664 miles per hour. We hit our flight path angle target within 0.4%. We flew an entry range of 1,957 miles, and we landed within less than a mile of our target. What a tremendous day. Over to Howard.
Thank you, Rick, and thank you to the flight control team. What an outstanding job. Wow, what a fantastic day. I mean, we've dreamed as a team of reaching this day, and appreciate Amit's comments. I mean, so many people have worked very hard, tirelessly to get this day. I think this mission has been historic and has demonstrated new capabilities for Orion spacecraft, has taken our crew farther than any crews that have ever gone to the moon and back safely. 252,756 miles. And that is a fantastic feat. We got a lot more to do. And I'm so happy that we get to have this moment, but we're going to have a lot of these moments coming up. And I want to thank the entire Orion team. They have worked tirelessly. They've dedicated many hours. They've committed to excellence and innovated and attacked challenges that we've come up with for both our NASA team, our industry partners, and our European team as well. We did it together. We brought the crew home safely. They deserve a round of applause. It was a terrific day for them as well. And I want to thank the crew. They have been a fantastic inspiration to our teams as well. You've heard their messages. We are so happy they're back on the ground. We can't wait to see them as well. And finally, you know, we've learned a lot from this mission. Number one was bringing the crews home safely, but it's also a test flight. And like Amit said, we have work ahead of us to be done. We're going to learn from this mission. We're going to look at the data, and we're going to move forward. This is the start of a new era of human space exploration. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Howard. What an incredible end to an incredible mission. I got to tell you, I think I'm trying to pick out the best thing that happened today, and I'll just say that we were sitting in the back room getting ready for this press conference, and Howard gets a call from Reed Weissman, the commander of Integrity, and it was so great to hear his voice and tell us that all the crew is okay, and we can say that we did our mission. We accomplished what we set out to do. I'm very proud of the efforts of the Exploration Ground Systems team that supported both the launch and recovery operations alongside our Navy partners. All the hard work and dedication over the last couple years paid off today, and the team did a great job. Our recovery teams are currently in the process of bringing Orion back on the well deck of the ship, and hopefully within about 4 or 5 hours it'll be hard down in the back end of the USS Martha. It's good to be NASA. It's good to be an American today. Thank you.
All right, it's time now for questions. We'll start here in the room and take several from the phone. For those on the phone, you can press *1 to get into the question queue, and please limit to one question if you can. We'll start here with Joey.
Thanks so much. Joey Rillet with Reuters, and congrats on a really nice mission. Curious to hear more about how the astronauts are doing, where are they going to sleep tonight, and then also, when do you guys expect to announce the crew for Artemis III? Thanks.
So the answer to your second question, Joey, is soon. I will not put units on that value, but soon. Rick, you want to talk about the crew, what they're doing?
Yeah, we saw the crew a number of times after they got out of the spacecraft. We saw them on the front porch. Everybody was happy and healthy. I saw Victor as he was sitting on the edge of the helicopter on the flight deck of the ship, and he was smiling and in good spirits. And everything we've been hearing from the surgeons is the flight crew is happy and healthy and ready to come home to Houston.
Hi, Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. Congratulations again. You know, obviously it's been such a great mission to watch from start to finish, but I guess I'm wondering if you had to categorize, you know, this was a test flight. What would you say is the issue that you feel maybe the most grateful arose during this mission so that you could apply that lesson learned to the next?
Maybe
like me,
Howard, why don't you take that one?
Yeah, I think we're taking a lot of lessons learned. Certainly, learning about how the crew operates a spaceship has been a really great learning experience, and flying and ability for them to test drive for our spacecraft has been good. I think, as we mentioned previously, our pressure control assembly, where we discovered a leakage through the system. I think we learned a lot about that. That is a new finding. Certainly, we're going to go investigate that. We're going to look at that and move forward to make sure that we make some changes if necessary, but we'll get all the data and we'll go forward from there.
Marcia.
Associated Press, Marcia Dunn. The administrator described the crew as great communicators, almost poets. How is, this is going to be a tough act to follow for the upcoming crews soon to be picked. Talk about this crew in particular and what they brought to this that went beyond the scientific and the research and the engineering, please.
I'll just say that this particular crew, they've gotten to know each other so well. So each of them individually are just absolutely amazing individuals. But they, as a group, you could watch them, and what they brought as you watch them in Orion over the last 10 days, operating just seamlessly between the four of them, just the teamwork, the camaraderie, I think they really brought an amazing sense of what we're trying to achieve with this mission. It's the mission for all humanity, a mission for all, and they really did represent that and tried to communicate that. I do know that our entire astronaut corps is spectacular, and so I have no doubt that the next teams will also rise to that level.
Jackie.
Hi all, Jackie Waddles, CNN. Congratulations. Question for Rick. I'm really anxious to hear what that blackout during reentry was like for you. And also just wanted to ask, that splashdown target being less than a mile off is incredible. Can you walk us through if anything, was outside of ordinary? I know we heard on comms there were some sensor issues just before entry interface. Just curious to hear more about that. Thanks.
Sure. So, blackout, there's really no beating around the bush with that. it's a difficult time because the flight control team wants to see data. We want to look at the data. We want to be able to provide input to the flight crew on how to fly their spaceship. And when we don't have data, we're trying to figure out what to do with ourselves. But we knew when blackout was going to start. It started when we expected. We knew when it was going to end. It ended when we expected. And so that gave us the trust that the spaceship was flying itself correctly. As far as some of the cautions and things that came up on the way down, the prop cautions, they were, we think that, again, that was learning of the spacecraft. Some of the limits are set a little bit tighter than we probably should have had them set, and we dispositioned those and moved on. As far as the comms post-landing, we don't quite know what was going on there, but we worked around it. We had comms with the recovery team, and we safely handed over the mission authority at the right time.
Okay, Josh.
Hi, Josh Denner, space.com. Really excited to hear that the crew is doing well. I'm interested, we saw Victor sitting on the edge of that helicopter once they landed on the ship, and it was great to see them all, walk across the deck. They were set to do an emergency egress test with a ladder, a backpack, I'm wondering if they've performed that yet, how soon they will be performing it, if they have, how it went.
I'm not familiar with an emergency egress test post-landing. Given that this was a test mission, the number one goal was to get the flight crew out of the spaceship as fast as we could, and we weren't looking at any post-landing objectives.
Yeah, we did do, I think, back when we were back on the launch pad, we did, during the CDDT, we did an emergency egress, but
yeah.
That's the only one I'm aware of that's that test. Yeah, but we'll check on it for you.
Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Congratulations on making what I know is really hard look easy. It was a beautiful mission. Amit, you said the work ahead is greater than the work behind us. Can you talk about, as sort of NASA rises to these far greater challenges in Artemis III, Artemis IV, and building the moon base, how important it is for you and the agency to be flying humans in deep space again and sort of to be at an operational cadence? This has to be pretty uplifting to the workforce to put the 50 years of not being back to the moon behind us.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, flight cadence and iteration is the key to reliability and safety. We were waiting to fly this mission for several years. A lot of that was because of the issues we saw during Artemis I and making sure we did that the right way, and we tried to make sure the machine was perfect before we flew it. But the real way to do that is to keep iterating, to keep flying, keep learning, keep getting data in the flight environment. So that piece of how we've changed the architecture and demanding that higher cadence is going to be, I would say, mandatory for us to be successful. We need that muscle memory to exist. We need the data to keep coming in, and we need to be able to quickly iterate and change the machine as we learn from it. Everything we learned from Artemis II, we're going to get right after, but I would say it's essential.
Okay, Irene.
Irene Klotz with Aviation Week in Space Technology for Amit. What do you think will be your biggest challenge to ensure that this mantle and responsibility of inheriting what Apollo did does not end like Apollo?
I think we talked about this a little bit before. The architects of Apollo, Gilruth, von Braun, Siemens, Mueller, what they really wanted to do when they were given the challenge of expanding the range of action to the moon was to learn to live and work in space for a long time. They wanted to do that first. I talked a little bit about this with Rob earlier. I think, and of course, because of the nature of the environment they were in, they were in a race. They achieved their objectives. They were geopolitical as well as technological. But once it was done, it was done. And I think the foundation they wanted to build on is what we went to afterwards. So we wanted to, investigate reusability with shuttle. We did that. We wanted to learn to live in space for a long time with station. We've got to that point now, 25 years of occupation. And now it's interesting. I think where we are with the program is kind of where they wanted us to be before they decided to go do that, to actually enable a sustainable presence, to learn how to live and work there for a long time. So, it's a weird irony of history that, it took that long for us to do that, but we weren't sitting idle while that happened. We developed the capability to have an enduring presence, in space, and now we're going to take advantage of that now that we've reached back to the moon.
Okay, we'll take one more in the room from Ken Chang, and then we'll go take several from the phone.
Hi, Ken Chang from New York Times. I guess for Rick and everybody else, can you talk about what the last 13 minutes were like? There had to have been some anxiety, and what was the moment where you could finally relax, and when did you start celebrating in Mission Control?
Well, certainly there's anxiety. If you didn't have anxiety bringing this spacecraft home, you probably didn't have a pulse. I have a lot of trust in my team. We've got all flight controllers in the room on entry day went through a rigorous training process, and they are the system experts on their respective part of the spacecraft. And so while there's anxiety, there's a lot of confidence because the team is there to do a job, and we've trained well, and we executed well. We all breathed a sigh of relief once the side hatch opened up. That's when we brought the team in. We said a few words with the flight controllers, and then we turned around to the families and waved to the families and gave them a thumbs up. And we all watched as a flight control team as each of the 4 astronauts got out of the spaceship and were hoisted up onto the helicopters. It was a great day.
Okay, we'll take several questions from the phone now. The first one is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, good evening. Question for Lori or Howard. I know it's very, very early here, but any initial thinking about the heat shield performance relative to Artemis I? And could you walk through how the heat shield will be assessed in the coming weeks and months? Thanks so much.
So I'll just start, and then I'll hand it over to Howard. How's that? Initially, we gathered a lot of data already. Certainly, you saw there were aircraft that were positioned in order to do some imagery and collect data. So we've got some of those data that can be analyzed in the coming days and weeks. We also had divers below the surface that took imaging of the heat shield before it was brought onto the Mertha, so that we could understand exactly what state it's in after it landed. And so I think we've already begun the data gathering piece of it. I'm sure there'll be more assessments once we get on the ship. And then Howard, why don't you talk kind of what the next steps are?
Yeah, we already have 2 of our heat shield experts on board the ship, and so when we get the crew module into the well deck, and we'll do some inspections right off the bat. Like Lori said, we've got underwater divers that are taking pictures, and then after that, once we've inspected that on the ship, we'll transfer back to Kennedy Space Center. We'll have opportunity to look in detail and do scans of the heat shield, and we have a lot of good data from that. We also captured a lot of great imagery. Obviously, we haven't had time to digest all that data, but we will in the next several days, and make sure we understand if there's anything that happened that was anomalous. But we're very excited. The team is very excited to get that data from both the imagery and seeing it live in person.
Next up is Jackie Mogensen with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for this. I wanted to follow up on one of the earlier questions about the astronauts. I was curious if it might be possible to tell us a little bit more, if we know, about what the astronauts will be doing in their first days back on Earth, what their first meal might be, or activities with their families. Thanks so much.
Well, the top priority is going to be to get them promptly back to their families here in Houston. As far as the specifics, I'm sure each of the crew members has something special planned with their families, and that'll be the priority, is for them to take some time and spend with their loved ones.
Yeah, I'm not sure we answered it, but we do anticipate them arriving back here in Houston 12 to 24 hours after splashdown, so that would be between 7 in the morning and 7 in the evening tomorrow.
Next on the phone is Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good evening. I wonder if you can talk through what the processing of the Orion spacecraft is going to be now that it's back. What point do you sort of extract all of the lessons learned from the mission and start applying them to Artemis III in order to have that mission ready to go launch in about a year's time? Thanks.
Yeah, we will have what we call a quick initial 30-day report that we will put together. Every team will be doing their due diligence and analyzing all the data we have. The crew module will get transported back to Kennedy Space Center. Sean's team, Exploration Ground Systems, is going to
Good evening, everyone. I'm Micah Giacchi in for Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're going to begin with the awe-inspiring grand finale to NASA's historic Artemis II mission. The 4 astronauts emerging safely from their space capsule, mission specialist Christina Cook, followed by pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Jeremy Hansen, and finally Commander Reed Wiseman. After the capsule deployed multiple parachutes, slowing it down for a picture-perfect splashdown in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of Southern California.
A new chapter of the exploration of our celestial neighbor is complete. Integrity's astronauts back on Earth.
About 30 minutes before, from space, that time separation of the capsule from the service module, then the Orion capsule re-entering Earth's atmosphere, barreling forth at speeds of up to 25,000 miles per hour. And a last look at Earth before going into a communications blackout period with the crew. Those 13 minutes, one of the most dangerous parts of the mission, as temperatures reached 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and finally re-establishing communication with the astronauts.
Com check, post-blackout.
Houston, Integrity, we have you loud and clear.
The 4 astronauts launched from Kennedy Space Center in Florida on a 10-day lunar flyby mission, the first mission to the moon in 50 years, traveling farther than any person has gone before at over approximately 250,000 miles. The Artemis crew documenting stunning images of the moon, including parts of the far side no human eyes have seen before. This mission, part of NASA's future plans to establish a moon base on our celestial neighbor. The crew will now undergo post-mission medical evaluations on board the USS Mirtha. Let's bring in Gio Benitez. Gio, what a moment to see that capsule open and those 4 astronauts finally emerge.
And I was so grateful to have an astronaut by my side watching it as well, because this was just so incredible to see this. First of all, this new front porch design, which is this inflatable raft where you saw so many people on there making sure that they were safe. They had a medical team going in there, checking them out first to make sure that they were okay, and they were. And then they ended up bringing them out and ultimately lifting them up into the helicopter. It was remarkable to see them flying through the air as if they didn't have enough epic 007 moments. This was yet another.
And Susan, what an incredible 10-day mission they had, just going through so much. What do you think's on their minds right now?
It was a picture-perfect mission. I mean, yes, the toilet maybe failed and maybe the temperature wasn't perfect, but it was a picture-perfect mission. And so they have all of that to reflect on. But right now, it's more about the comfort things. They want a good shower, some good food, and they want to see their loved ones.
Of course. And Gio, it was expected, but it took almost 2 hours from splashdown to essentially see the Artemis crew come out of that space capsule. Why did it take so long?
Well, as you can imagine, this is something that you had. Obviously, you're in waters, right? And these waters, you just don't know what's going to happen. You had these divers working very hard all around it. There was a lot of coordination that had to take place. So we're going to be looking at that review, and they're going to look at what it was that happened. But this was really the first time that they were really doing this in real life, right? You practice, you find different ways to practice, but obviously, the best training is what happens in the moment. And so they still sort of met those deadlines that they were looking at. They always gave themselves about 2 hours to get everybody out because you wanted to take your time. Yes, you wanted to get them on the ship as quickly as possible, but you wanted to take your time because, as Susan has been saying, every moment matters here, that every moment really can be dangerous. Anything can happen, right? And so in this case, you wanted to make sure just that was still floating and that it was still upright and that water wasn't getting into the hatch. There were so many things that were complicated even when it was back on Earth.
And let's take a look at our screen right now. The helicopter's powered down and pilot Victor Glover clapping his hands, feet on solid ground, coming out of that helicopter and essentially thanking everybody. What an unbelievable moment to see these astronauts finally back on solid ground. Susan, what's your reaction to just seeing these pictures right here?
This is amazing. I mean, this brings you back to the Apollo days when the Apollo astronauts would get aboard the Navy ships and everybody was usually on board cheering for them. I mean, this is just something that hasn't happened in more than 50 years. And, you know, I know it took a while to get them out, but think about it. They had currents to deal with. They had to get the collar around. It's not like they practice this very often, you know, to make it. You saw how many people it took in the water to get it all going, and they took their time and did it safely, and that's what's most important.
Yeah, we can also see Christina Cook smiling and waving. You can see those other members of the United States Navy essentially surrounding them, all smiles. Gio, Susan Kilrain, cannot thank you enough for your perspectives.
Thank you so much.
You got it. And now we're going to go to ABC News' Trevor Ault at a watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, first things first, I just want to hear what that crowd sounded like when they saw those crew members. Actually, no, hold on, not Trevor. We're going to go Nick Notario. Sorry about that. You know, it was live TV here. KTRK's Nick Notario at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston. Let me ask you, Nick, we're seeing the Artemis crew members finally on solid ground. What's it like there inside Mission Control?
Well, there's a lot of excitement here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, and we're going to hear from flight directors and people that have made this all possible in less than a half an hour. They're getting the room set up right now to give us a briefing as to, what happened in Mission Control, how the families are doing, how the astronauts are doing, what they've been able to say and hear from them since they've come back down to Earth. You know, there's been a lot of serious faces on those in Mission Control over the last 10 days. A much different situation. They get maybe let loose when they walk out on stage. But we knew it was going well, this mission, because every time they walked out, they all had smiles. You know, it's been a good 10 days for the people here at Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center, but not just for them, for a lot of the employees. You know, there's a watch party here, and there's been a lot of excitement. Job well done for these folks. That's the way they're feeling, because some of them have spent almost 20 years making today a reality. So there's certainly a lot of excitement as they not only cheer this mission, but also, they now have to get ready for Artemis III. Like a year away, and Artemis IV in less than 2 years to actually put humans back on the moon. So, it's like when, I guess, you think about when a team wins a playoff game, they celebrate that one night, and then you get ready for the next opponent. So that's what I would imagine we're going to hear from Mission Control. Yeah, they're excited, but they all know that the mission isn't over. Now they've got to get ready for these big 2 missions in the next couple of years.
And right now you can see all 4 crew members, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, right there on the USS John P. Murtha. They are taking their pictures, essentially capturing the moment that wowed an entire world. Nick, the astronauts' families are there. Explain what they might be doing and feeling right now.
Well, they've been in Mission Control. They're watching from the viewing gallery. It's like a theater behind Mission Control, and they've been sitting in there watching on the big screens everything go down with their loved ones. And after being in Mission Control, I imagine they'll return home for the night, and one more night without their astronaut loved ones, as they're going to be returning back to Houston at some point tomorrow. From what we're hearing, it may be afternoon, early evening, when the astronauts return back to Houston. But certainly there was some angst on them as they're watching in the gallery, but now a lot of excitement. And it was great when we saw those astronauts get pulled off of the Orion spacecraft. You could hear the cheers from Mission Control, and I was watching on the screen, and you could see the gallery behind them. They're all getting into it as well, and that's where the families were. So you sure bet they are thrilled and ecstatic, and I'm sure they can't wait to talk to them on the phone, maybe do some video chats as well as they reconnect with them now that they're here back on Earth.
You know, NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman is there on the Navy ship. He is hugging and consulting with those 4 Artemis II crew members, making sure they're okay. Nick, can you explain to us what comes next post-landing in Mission Control?
Yeah, so what you're seeing now is they're being brought back to that Navy ship, and they're going to be checked out in a medical unit there on the ship. Then they're going to be brought back to San Diego. And at that point, NASA has a number of studies that they're going to put them through. So they're going to be checking for looking at their bodies to see how deep space has impacted them. So they're going to put them through some obstacle courses even, where they're going to check their balance to see how well that is going, because even though it was just 10 days, from what we've been told from NASA scientists, is that they still become disoriented for a few days. So they do these balance tests to see how they're doing. So it's not just how they're doing physically, make sure that medically everything's all right, but they're trying to get them so that way they can walk and move well, because it's going to be a difficult couple of days. Then after that's done, they're going to eventually board a plane and come right here to Houston. Now they're going to come to Ellington Airport. So if you've flown to Houston before, you probably know Bush or Hobby are the two main airports, but NASA uses Ellington, which is only about 10 miles or so from the Johnson Space Center. And when they land, we're told that you're going to have a number of NASA employees there, but also the astronauts' families. As I mentioned, they're not in California. Their loved ones are right here in Houston, and we're told that they're going to be at Ellington when they get here tomorrow, and I'm sure that's going to be a sight that everyone's going to want to see, Ike.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. And right now you are watching Christina Cook walking across that deck there on the USS Mertha, and she's going right now to the medical deck to be checked out, make sure that everything is okay. We're going to right now to ABC News' Trevor Ault. He's at that watch party at the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. Trevor, you have a front row seat to witnessing history. You're seeing right now those Artemis crew members safe and sound on solid ground on that USS John P. Mertha. They are coming out, taking pictures, waving, donning massive smiles on their faces. Victor Glover himself is about to walk across the ship now that we're watching. What's the mood there where you are?
Well, I can tell you that it continues to be a crowd here. They've actually kept the museum open past closing time. They said they were going to shut this down about 15 minutes ago, and they've kept it open because they continue to watch this feed. And every single time one of these astronauts stands up and is walked across, there is another cheer. And interestingly, the more the night has gone on, the more we have discovered, Ike, that of course people in general are cheering for the success of this mission, but there are also many people with personal ties. I had mentioned family here where the grandparents worked for NASA. Actually, this man behind me clapping. So he's clapping as Victor Glover's walking across because he is Victor Glover's fraternity brother. He's here with his daughters. They're telling me facts about what they've been eating as they've been up in space. And so they alone, he's watching a guy who he grew up with as he's watching the success. But of course, you don't have to have these personal ties to feel profoundly impacted by everything that what we have seen today. The countless family members, people holding their children, their grandparents with their grandchildren, and each and every one of every age, openly moved, openly cheering and celebrating what this accomplishment has achieved, and something that so many people have not seen in so many years, if at all. We saw that at the museum, and they knew from the beginning this was going to be a very special day, that this was a much larger crowd that they have had going back decades. So here they also were seeing something that they'd never seen before, because every single person knew how important it was to take in everything that we were seeing. You hear the crowd continuing to rise up once again. That has continued to happen nonstop, every single checkpoint, from the reentry to reestablishing communications, to the beacon being lit up, to the hatch opening, every single astronaut getting off of Integrity, every single one getting onto the helicopter, getting off of the helicopter. They are profoundly grateful for the health and safety of all of these astronauts and what they have done. And of course, we know that that inspiration is going to carry over. So many people just here in San Diego, not too far from where they are on that aircraft carrier. But this is something that has moved people all across America.
All right, Trevor, thank you so much. And on your screen, you saw Commander Reed Weissman, the last member of the Artemis II crew, walk across that ship, and he's getting into the medical bay. Joining us now is astrophysicist Asa Stahl. Thank you so much for being here tonight through all of this and through this incredible, magnificent day. And like I said, this 10-day mission, it was incredible for these astronauts, Asa. What do you think is going through their minds and hearts right now?
It's almost hard to imagine. This is such a singular experience. I imagine it's some sort of mix of euphoria and honestly maybe a little bit of nausea, because that was quite the ride that they had, and they have a lot of readjusting to do to Earth's gravity. But I mean, these people just forged such a bond with each other. They seem like family up there. And so I think that they know that they're the eyes of millions of people on them, looking to them as sources of inspiration and hope. And so I imagine that they're just feeling a lot of pride, but also probably quite a bit of exhaustion if they weren't just so caught up in the sense of celebration around them. I mean, they have everyone clapping them on the back. The NASA administrator, I think that they must be full of energy in the end.
And what's that feeling like when you successfully splash down back to Earth after pulling nearly 4 Gs on the way in?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, if you've ever been driving and then had to brake suddenly, then it's kind of like that, but times 5 to 10 and for 10 minutes straight. That's what it's like to decelerate from 25,000 miles per hour to 20 miles per hour. So I imagine it was quite a ride, but it's been a couple hours now since they've splashed down, so hopefully that's helped them readjust.
And NASA learns from every mission and analyzes enormous amounts of data. How does the process of getting this capsule back safely on Earth pay off scientifically?
Oh, well, gangbusters, I would say. This mission was full of scientists' experiments, and the crew themselves were scientific subjects in a way. NASA was continuously studying them for how they react to the low gravity environment, the radiation environment up there, and the agency is going to take that data as well as data from the experiments they're about to do with these astronauts for the next few hours and few days to learn about how crews can better adjust moving forward with missions like Artemis II next year and Artemis IV the year after that to go back and land on the moon and build a sustainable presence there and maybe one day go on to Mars.
So what happened over the next week or so for those astronauts?
Well, it depends on what happens over the next few hours, how their medical checkups work out. So far, we heard from NASA that they're all green, which means that they're all looking good. But until we get those detailed medical checkups in, we won't know exactly what is in store for them. But we can say that at the very least, they're expected to go through a sort of obstacle course of sorts and do other experiments just tonight while they're fresh off of the boat, so to speak, to see how they've readjusted to Earth gravity. And then soon after that, sometime tomorrow, they'll be able to reunite with their families. And I know somewhere in between, they should be able to finally take their first shower, which I think they're all probably desperate to do.
I'm sure they are. Asa Stahl, thank you very much. And we're going to go back to Trevor Altright now. Remember he told you that he was with a fraternity brother of Victor Glover, that fraternity Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, and he's with him now. Trevor, take it away.
Yeah, we figured we would just talk to him here. Like, incredible story, personal connection. So this is Cecil Shelton. He's got his 2 daughters, Cheyenne and Ava. Welcome. Thank you for taking time to talk to us. You know Victor Glover pretty well, I would imagine. Fraternity brother, correct? How does it feel getting to witness his safety and what he's accomplished?
It's a great moment of pride, not only for us as a community, but us as his brothers. To see all the things that he's accomplished and has accomplished, we just take great pride in knowing that he's taken us with us a little part of that journey around the moon and back here on Earth.
How long have you known him?
Victor's he started the chapter here, Lambda Delta Sigma chapter here in San Diego. I've been a part of that chapter 13 years now, so he's been a part of my journey ever since I became a Sigma man 13 years ago.
So they told me in my ear, so correct, I might get this wrong, but I believe the motto is culture for service, service for humanity?
Culture for service and service for humanity.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You think he's walking the walk, doing it right there?
Absolutely, through and through. That is the epitome of a Phi Beta Sigma man that we can all follow and emulate.
How long has he been working towards this?
It's been his dream. Actually, it wasn't his original dream. As you know, he started off just wanting to be a Navy SEAL. And so it was his dad who actually pushed him to go to be a fighter pilot and told him you could be an astronaut one day and listen to your parents.
Astronaut's pretty good backup plan.
Astronaut's pretty good backup.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Absolutely.
What were those moments like in the 6-minute gap when you couldn't communicate and then waiting for the hatch to open?
The whole time has been a little bit anxious. You've been worried about their safety and their health because it's just a journey that has been done before. But with this technology, we're just so proud that the people that have been a part of this journey have got him there and got him safely. So anxious until that splashdown happened, knowing that they were back on Earth safe.
But it seems like the kind of guy that you'd have a lot of faith in.
Basically, pretty much. He was a pilot, so we know that if anything was going to happen, he was going to get him back on Earth safely.
And Cheyenne, I know you were watching everything that was happening pretty closely. You were telling me about some space facts. How was it watching them re-enter and come back to Earth?
Good.
What was your favorite part of the whole thing?
Seeing the rocket.
Yeah, I agree. Ava, how about you? How do you like this past week with Artemis and getting to watch him come back safely?
Knowing that my dad knows the person who was on this space shuttle.
Yeah, pretty amazing, right? Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Were you cheering with the crowd? Yeah. How are you feeling moving forward, seeing your daughters get to be inspired, not just by incredible space accomplishment, but by somebody that you know in real life?
I think it opens up their eyes, their mind to the environment of STEM. They've always been excited about it, but to know that there's an even closer connection, I just hope that it, sparks something in them so I can let them know that you can travel to the moon and beyond.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a very proud moment.
I would imagine there's a lot of young girls, young boys that are inspired by what your buddy just accomplished here. So we really appreciate your time. Cheyenne, Ava, thank you very much. Very nice to talk to you. You're scared to go to the moon? Good. You don't have to. I promise. If you don't want to, don't worry about it. There are obviously some inspiration. We're not quite sending children to the moon yet, Ike, but very happy people, families just like this one, celebrating all day here in San Diego.
Thank you, Trevor. Tell her she can stay right here on Earth. All right, right now we're going to move on to the fragile ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran. President Trump issuing new threats to Iran ahead of tomorrow's high-stakes peace talks in Pakistan. Vice President J.D. Vance will be leading those talks as gas prices and inflation rise right here in the U.S. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the latest.
Tonight, President Trump closely monitoring the ceasefire on the eve of the high-stakes talks between the U.S. and Iran.
What would a good deal look like for you? No nuclear weapons.
Tonight, the Iranian delegation arriving in Islamabad, which is hosting the negotiations. Vice President J.D. Vance on his way there.
If the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive.
Iran has already failed to comply with the president's main condition for the ceasefire, reopening the Strait of Hormuz. 4 days after the ceasefire was announced, only 2 ships today moving through the waterway. Trump posting Iran is doing a very poor job, dishonorable, some would say, of allowing oil to go through the Strait of Hormuz. That is not the agreement we have. Iran accuses the U.S. of going back on its promise to get Israel to stop attacking Iran-backed Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Trump says that was never part of the deal. And tonight, Iran adding a new condition, saying the U.S. must release Iran's blocked assets before negotiations begin. But it's unclear what that means. The president posting, the Iranians don't seem to realize they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways. The only reason they are alive today is to negotiate. Here at home, the war's toll mounting. Inflation surging 3.3%, a 2-year high. Much of it driven by a 21% increase in gas prices, the largest one-month increase since 1967. The average price of a gallon of gas now $4.12. Among the hardest hit, farmers like Ben Smith in Bealton, Virginia, who tells our Elizabeth Schulze he's now grappling with soaring costs for diesel and fertilizer.
So you're talking more than $100,000 in extra costs because of what we're seeing with the supply chain and the war.
That's right. We didn't see this one coming. We weren't prepared.
Mary Bruce joins us now. Mary, the president monitoring these talks, but also reacting to the First Lady's statement about Jeffrey Epstein. What's he saying?
Yeah, I guess he keeps one eye closely on these talks. The president is reacting to that astonishing statement from the First Lady yesterday about sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Melania Trump insisting that she was not friends with Epstein and that he didn't introduce her to her husband. The president tonight telling the New York Times he didn't know what the First Lady was going to say, but that she, quote, had a right to talk about it. The president says, I didn't recommend it, but I said I let it be her. I said, if you want to do it. The First Lady is demanding that Epstein's victims be allowed to testify before Congress. Like, no word on what the president thinks about that.
All right, Mary Bruce, thank you.
Thank you.
The husband of an American woman, Lynette Hooker, who went missing in the Bahamas, will remain in police custody after being questioned. Brian Hooker told investigators Lynette fell from their boat and was swept away. Police questioned him for 3 hours today and have requested more time to decide whether or not to charge him with the crime as he remains in custody. Authorities have until 7:20 p.m. Eastern on Monday to make that decision. And according to OpenAI, a suspect was arrested today after throwing a Molotov